If you like the story, then consider supporting the author on Patreon, link is in the restriction. Chapter 126, The Laws. However, right after that, Agravain said something that shocked her. If it were any other member of the imperial royalty, they wouldn't receive this treatment. But when it's the Dragon Emperor himself, His Majesty Artorius I, it's a different story. His Majesty Artorius I. Upon hearing this news, even someone as mentally resilient as Bayezid couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But it's the Holy Grail War. Agravain immediately informed her. The Einsborn family has summoned His Majesty the Emperor in this Holy Grail War. That, surprising. But, isn't that against the laws? Bayezid was somewhat astonished. Even if they are a branch of the royal family, engaging in actions that violate the laws of the empire. With the empire's powerful control, the Holy Grail War was certainly not a war that could be manipulated at will by the so-called three founding families or any other faction. Under the coordination of the Imperial Mystery Bureau, the Holy Grail War was classified as a civilian entertainment competition. It was managed by the Imperial Mystery Bureau to ensure that no problems would occur. From the very beginning, this so-called Holy Grail War had undergone evaluations to confirm its safety. After assessing its low safety coefficient, further evaluations were conducted. And with the Bureau in the lead, a total of 3 internal Holy Grail Wars were held. In the end, the Empire confirmed that the so-called Holy Grail indeed possessed a certain power, making it a dangerous item. In theory, the Bureau should have taken control and retrieved it. However, considering the needs and feelings of the Empire's subordinate nobles, the Bureau ultimately decided to render the Holy Grail harmless. Since then, the Holy Grail War could proceed, but the victor's wish had to be verified and approved by the Empire to ensure it was harmless before it could be granted. Furthermore, the wish could not be made by the victors themselves, it had to be made on their behalf by an official representative of the Empire to prevent any accidents. In more straightforward terms, even wishes must follow the basic laws. The mage killer Emi Yakiritsugu had no knowledge of these laws. His wish for world peace was never going to come true from the very beginning. Not only did the Holy Grail lack enough power to fulfill his wish, but the intelligence department of the Empire would never permit something so dangerous. For some mages from other timelines, this kind of restriction might be hard to accept. They believed themselves superior, free from any constraints of authority or power. Their world was more brutal and real, akin to the Middle Ages of countless years ago. Although it had a facade of warmth and civilization, at its core, it remained a world of survival of the fittest, where the strong dominated all, and killing and war were still central. But this world was different. Order and stability prevailed above all. The Fourth Holy Grail War was the first time the Empire officially delegated the right to hold it to civilians. However, any civilian participant who thought they could do as they pleased was mistaken. Summoning servants belonging to the Empire was still forbidden. One could summon servants from before the Empire's establishment or servants not affiliated with the Empire, but one couldn't summon servants belonging to the Empire to avoid situations that would damage the Empire's reputation or harm internal unity. Therefore, summoning the Emperor was a clear violation. Even in the past, when the Einsborn family tried to summon the King of Knights, they were playing on the edge. Undoubtedly, the King of Knights had been born before the Empire's establishment. But he was also the first Emperor's father. So, strictly speaking, he fell under the legal regulations. The Empire has already discussed this matter. From a subjective perspective, the Einsborn family did not intend to summon His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. His Majesty appeared on his own accord. Therefore, the Einsborn family is not at fault. You don't need to worry about unnecessary matters. Before Bayezid could say anything more, Agravain interrupted her, saying, "Your only concern is to ensure that His Majesty enjoys himself during the Holy Grail War." And so, Major Bayezid accepted the order. But she felt extremely unhappy. Damn it! The Emperor was indeed having a blast. decimating hundreds of foes in one go. It would be strange if he wasn't enjoying himself. Looking at the satisfied faces of the Einsborn maids floating in the hot springs, Bayezid felt uneasy. She wasn't sure whether she should praise the Emperor's prowess or criticize his debauchery. But whether it was the former or the latter, it had nothing to do with her. This annoying monitoring mission continued until the last maid collapsed. Artorius snapped his fingers, and they all disappeared instantly. They must have gone to sleep in their room. Shift change, Bayezid. A little while later, a calm voice came from beside Bayezid. It was a silver-haired girl wearing a beret with ember-colored eyes, her partner in this mission. Karen, hey. She was a beautiful girl with an attractive figure that she emphasized in every way. She was also a member of the Empire's battle nun known as the Emperor's Bride. Exactly the type the Dragon Emperor would like. Not sure why, but such a thought flashed through Bayezid's mind and startled her when she realized it. To ensure the Emperor's happiness, she needed to keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. However, Bayezid didn't possess Artorius's immense energy, making it impossible to maintain a constant watch. She would have to take shifts with her partner. Bayezid had expected this arrangement. What she didn't expect was that her partner wouldn't be someone from the intelligence department but instead, a person reassigned from the neighboring religious department. It seemed that she wasn't the only one intrigued by the Dragon Emperor, apart from her own superiors. "How's it going today?" Unconcerned about Bayezid's expression, a girl named Karen, dressed in tight-fitting attire, asked while leaning next to Bayezid. She raised her binoculars and peered in the direction of the hot spring hotel. Though the place was fortified to prevent prying eyes, with defensive walls and electrified wire fences, such defenses would deter common burglars but not elite imperial soldiers trained by the Empire. "A splendid sight of blossoms. His Majesty is truly impressive," Karen commented after scanning through the binoculars. Her words triggered a flashback in Bayezid's mind, causing her body, which had only just cooled down through sheer willpower, to grow hot again. She almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This excitement made her feel somewhat embarrassed. It would have been fine if she were alone, but she had to deal with someone next to her. Damn it, if this person finds out, then. The Empire's internal structure wasn't as rigid as it seemed. Conflicts arose due to overlapping authority and jurisdiction, competition for resources, and differing political views among various departments. Being seen in a compromising situation by someone from a different department was more distressing to Bayezid than being killed. Fortunately, it seemed that Karen hadn't noticed anything. Her attention was entirely focused on observing the Emperor. This eased Bayezid's anxiety. As Bayezid breathed a sigh of relief, Karen's next statement surprised her. "It never gets old, doing this. I can understand to some extent, after all, His Majesty has vigorous energy, being both a human and a dragon. So, it's natural to have an extraordinary interest in such activities. But, always doing the same thing with the same face 100 times in a row. I wonder if His Majesty won't get bored." Hearing Karen speak, Bayezid opened her mouth, intending to defend the Emperor, but she couldn't get any words out. This left her feeling even more frustrated. "By the way," Karen continued in her characteristic emotionless and calm tone as if talking to herself but also addressing Bayezid, "our mission is to ensure that His Majesty enjoys his vacation, right, Bayezid? Is there a problem?" Finally, Bayezid managed to engage in the conversation. Her calm retort left Karen momentarily speechless before she continued, "The problem is that making His Majesty go at it with the same routine and the same women every day is no different from using a sex toy. Bayezid, as Imperial Guard, can't you come up with some ideas?" Bayezid. If she were as sharp-tongued as Karen and didn't care about her own dignity, she might retort something like, "Then, what about you, as the so-called Emperor's bride? What can you do?" "Well, even if it's only in name." "Ah, I can't," Karen suddenly said. Although Bayezid didn't give a sharp comeback, Karen responded as if she knew what Bayezid thought. My hair color is quite similar to those women's. Not much difference between silver and white. And we all have long hair. It'd be better to introduce someone who isn't silver white-haired and doesn't have long hair to give the Emperor some new excitement. I suppose that would make His Majesty happier. Bayezid still didn't respond, but this time not because she didn't know what to say. Before Karen finished speaking, she had already turned around and left without hesitation. Back in her hotel room, Bayezid tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. All she could think of were countless NSFW images, forcibly implanted in her mind, leaving her unsure if they brought pleasure or pain. Such a straightforward person. After Bayezid left, Karen continued to observe the hot spring hotel calmly. Can someone like her satisfy our great emperor? It was clear that this wicked woman found considerable pleasure in teasing her partner. Chapter 127, The Three Founding Families. And then came the early morning of the second day. So, Lord Tosaka, what's our sightseeing itinerary for today? Inside the hot spring hotel, Artorius looked brilliant, a stark contrast to the maid who appeared to have just woken up, yawning and all. Well. Before he could respond, a voice came from outside the room, excuse me. Come in. Artorius glanced over and replied. The door opened, revealing a man clad in a Gravayan-style black plate armor and a cloak with a long sword at his side, accompanied by an equally cute girl dressed like a knight of the West. Ah! Startled by the pleasant surprise, it was Rin, who had been goofing around with Ilya just moments ago. The girl beside the man in a Gravayan's armor was her little sister, Tosaka Sakura. Sakura! Rin got up with a smile and ran over to Sakura. Watching this scene, Tokiomi's eyes filled with contentment. Although Artorius had promised earlier to reunite them as a family, the actual day of reunion brought him genuine happiness and surprise. But at the same time, being asked to give up the position in the clock tower and the Mages Association to serve the Empire thoroughly, it's not an easy decision. Tokiomi found himself torn. Moving the entire family to the Empire would indeed reunite them, but it would also mean the end of the Tosaka family's independence. He would be bound to serve the Empire like the Zalgen family, with very little autonomy left. Unless, like the Einsborn family, we join the Empire while maintaining some level of independence, but that's highly unlikely since we're not a branch of the royal family. So, pursing his lips, Tokiomi struggled to evaluate the situation. Meanwhile, Rin had already reached her sister's side. Sakura, I'm so glad to see you. Under normal circumstances, Rin would be more composed, but not having seen her sister for a while made her yearn for her even more. In this emotional state, she abandoned all restraint and rushed to her sister, holding her hand. It's great to see you again, Oni-sama. Unlike Rin's excitement, Sakura, dressed like a young knight, had a solemn and serious expression. Though she smiled and expressed her happiness, there was something different about her. Rin felt like she couldn't quite recognize her own sister anymore. It wasn't about the way she dressed, it was more about her demeanor. Her sister was no longer the quiet, shy, and sweet little girl she once knew. Something else seemed to have taken root within her. Sakura. Frowning, Rin looked at her sister with a mixture of surprise and confusion, unable to find the right words to say. At the same time, Rudolf Zalgen, standing before Artorius, straightened his body and saluted. Your Majesty, Major Rudolf is ready to follow your orders. Just relax. Artorius smiled gently. I'm here for a vacation, not as an official representative of the Empire, and you're not my subordinate. No need to be so tense. Your Majesty is right, but as the Empire's soldier, I must be prepared to give my life for the Empire at any time and anywhere. Artorius was slightly taken aback by the fervent response. Major, who was your mentor back in the day? My mentor was Marshal Agravain. Rudolph's voice exuded admiration. Marshal wasn't just my mentor, he was my guiding light, the paragon I follow. I see. Sir Agravain, hey? No wonder. Artorius had received information during these past days, including the fact that Agravain, along with several other knights of the Round Table, had survived to this time, so he wasn't surprised by Rudolph's words. It was no wonder, really. Agravain was one of the most loyal knights Artorius had ever known, surpassing even the likes of Lancelot or Gawain. His willpower and loyalty reached a terrifying level almost akin to a reality marble. Well then, good luck, Major. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Clearly thrilled by Artorius's words, Rudolph spoke with enthusiasm, but then his expression turned serious. However, Your Majesty, I must report something to you. Go on. Artorius was now curious. I'm one of this year's chosen candidates for the Holy Grail Wars Master. Rudolph said, looking earnestly at Artorius. As a result, I must adopt a hostile attitude towards Your Majesty in this game. So. Ha ha ha, that's no problem at all. Artorius laughed joyfully. As you said, it's just a game. What's the big deal? Yes. Thank you very much for Your Majesty's understanding. Artorius and Rudolph got along well, not taking the Holy Grail War or anything too seriously. If Kiritsugu were to hear this, he might vomit blood. Speaking of which. Afterward, Artorius looked around, suddenly noticing something interesting. The Einsburn, the Tosaka, and the Matu. The three founding families gathered together, hey! As Artorius spoke in his mind, in front of Iri, Rudolph, Tokiomi, and himself, a golden cup appeared, filled with tempting wine. Let's have a drink. Artorius raised his cup, for the prosperity of the Empire. For the Emperor, for humanity, for the Empire. The first to respond to Artorius was Rudolph. He seemed so excited that he trembled. For the Empire, for glory. Next, Tokiomi elegantly raised his cup like a gentleman. His toast was slightly different from Rudolph's. Though his inner sense of worry increased after seeing Rudolph's behavior and his way of addressing the prince, at least on the surface, he was impeccable. For the Empire. The last to speak was Iri. Her identity and closeness to Artorius allowed her to express her sentiments without the need for explicit words or tone, unlike Tokiomi and Rudolph. What? At the same time, in a corner, the small dispute between the Tosaka sisters reached its peak. Yes, just as I said. Sakura, the younger sister, more serious and composed, gained the upper hand. I will join the Emperor's bride in the future. So I won't go back home. Upon hearing her sister's words, Rin couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Her sister was never wrong. So if something went wrong, it must be the fault of the person who tempted her sister. With that thought, Rin cast a tearful, pitiful gaze at Artorius, looking as if she were a small, vulnerable, and aggrieved cat. Ha ha ha! Rin's expression made Artorius break into joyful laughter. He genuinely laughed with happiness. At the same time, Tokiomi's expression appeared slightly awkward. Iri wore a gentle smile, and Rudolph nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his disciple's determination. For all of us, cheers! Saying these words, Artorius raised his cup high. The other three followed suit, lifting the golden cups that symbolized the eternal prosperity of the Empire. Suddenly, a loud and intense roar of explosion resounded, and the explosion's shockwave shattered the hotel room they were in into pieces. Chapter 128, Father and Daughter. A violent explosion swept through the entire hotel. Even a skilled mage like Tokiomi and an Empire elite like Rudolph couldn't react in time to the sudden attack. In fact, it wasn't just the hotel that was attacked, the surrounding streets and buildings were also affected by the intense explosion, left shattered and in ruins. The massive mushroom cloud formed by the explosion could be seen for tens of miles, causing chaos and panic throughout Tokyo. Humph! But it was only for a moment. As if time had reversed itself, the explosion vanished in an instant, and the debris, rubble, and even ashes on the ground began to restore themselves. The steamy hot springs, the spacious and bright Japanese-style architecture, the asphalt roads and sidewalks, street lights, traffic signals, and even the sewer systems, everything miraculously returned to its original state with a soft hum from Artorius. This is true magic, as I thought, he's the Dragon Emperor himself. Tokiomi's eyes flickered intensely. So, the so-called Holy Grail, the object of the Holy Grail War, the almighty wish-granting device, is nothing more than a poor imitation of the real Grail. If the third magic already owned, then who cares about the Holy Grail from this Holy Grail War? Indeed, those mages with less close ties or outsiders to the Empire couldn't help but get excited when faced with the prospect of mastering the true magic and reaching the root. However, the mages who belonged to the Empire were entirely different. Enemy. As Artorius's third magic instantly restored everything that had been damaged and shielded everyone with a powerful defensive barrier, Rudolph, slightly slower in reacting than Artorius, shouted and drew his sword. However, even before him, X had already unsheathed her sword in a flurry of excitement, and the form of her sword bore a striking resemblance to Excalibur. Simultaneously, all the Einsborn maids, including Iri and Ilia, assumed a battle-ready stance. The maids brandished their long spears and halberds, rushing towards Artorius and the others. Even Sakura, who had only recently joined the Empire and hadn't received formal training in the Empire's hidden realm yet, pulled out her own dagger and adopted a defensive posture, emulating the adults. Tokiomi and Rin were amazed by their swift reaction. Until this point, he had quite a high opinion of himself. The pride and arrogance of being a noble from a prestigious family, coupled with decades of arduous research and dedication, led him to believe that his combat ability was among the best, if not superior to most Empire elites. But now, it seemed he was grossly mistaken. Leaving others aside, just focusing on Rudolph alone, after witnessing his display of reaction, Tokiomi quickly realized he was no match for him. In an actual fight, he would probably be defeated in just a few moves. How is this possible? His talent is supposed to be inferior to mine. Tokiomi widened his eyes, realizing that he might have misjudged many things. At the same time, just like Tokiomi observing Rudolph, Rin was watching her younger sister, Sakura. Seeing Sakura's decisive and confident demeanor, Rin felt somewhat uncomfortable. As the big sister, she should have been the one protecting Sakura and setting an example. But now, Sakura seemed to surpass her already. It hasn't been that long since we were apart. Is the Empire's education that amazing? Then, Rin subconsciously looked at Artorius. This young man had been taking care of her and looking after her for the past few days, but he was not hers alone. His attention was divided among several girls. First, there was Ilia, Iri, and the maids. Now, it seemed Sakura was also included. Could it be that Sakura is right? Does joining the Emperor's bride could make someone strong? As Rin felt suspicious, Sakura gave her a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, Oni-sama. I will protect you." Sakura's words surprised Rin even more and stirred a mix of feelings in her. It only served to strengthen her belief in something. Meanwhile, this must be the conspiracy of the evil Artoria. X shouted loudly, holding her sword and slashing outwards. However, she accidentally bumped into one of the maids, Lisrit, and was bounced back. The scent of Lisrit's bosom left X feeling dizzy, and she had difficulty even standing up straight. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Lisrit, one of the Busta maids, ignored X's embarrassing fall and ran to Artorius's side. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Artorius calmly said. "What's happening outside? Have you found any trace of the enemy?" Lisrit hesitated momentarily and shook her head, indicating that she hadn't spotted anyone who appeared to be an enemy. "In that case," Artorius gazed into the distance, "it must be over there." A serious incident occurred just a few minutes ago at the place of the two joyful stalkers. Amidst the pool of blood, Bayezid had lost her combat capability. What could have been a steady 2-against-1 battle turned into a one-on-one duel. It was a duel between father and daughter. Never thought we'd meet again here, my foolish and pitiful daughter. Wearing a black robe and donning a cross, the middle-aged man looked like a priest and spoke with a calm and magnetic voice to the silver-haired girl in combat attire standing across from him. I equally didn't expect a sewer rat like you to have the audacity to appear before me so brazenly, old man. From their conversation, it was evident how strong their father-daughter bond was, quite unlike the stern relationship between Artorius and Artoria. In the case of the Kotomine family, it was literally a case of fatherly love and filial piety. Besides looks, you are nothing like your mother. Whose fault is it to inherit such a wretched personality? Oh? Are you already senile before turning 40? Don't worry, I'll hire a caretaker to change your diapers. As they exchanged banter, they continued their fierce battle. On the father's side, he gripped 6 sword-like objects between his fingers. These objects were among the Holy Church's favorite weapons, the black keys. They could be thrown or swung and had a special effect against evil creatures like dead apostles. When wielded by the man known as Kotomine Kyare, this weapon displayed an awe-inspiring mastery. Whether facing dead apostles, rogue mages, or even elite soldiers of the Empire, he proved more than a match. He was the most formidable agent of the Holy Church. Opposite him, Karen, the so-called daughter of him, proved to be just as skilled. For anyone familiar with Kaire's existence, witnessing this seemingly delicate girl holding her own against him in an evenly matched battle would be astonishing and hard to believe. However, it was the truth. Next to Karen, there were cloth-like objects under her control, attacking and defending on her behalf. Upon closer inspection, these cloths shimmered with a metallic luster. They were not linen or cotton but a mythical metal called frost steel. A material renowned worldwide due to the Dragon Emperor, Artorius. Under her control were 4 slender metal cloths, resembling agile snakes, attacking cunningly or forming a shield for defense. The clash of silver frost metal cloths and swords filled the air with the smell of victory. And, the first to give way was Kaire's black keys. After countless collisions, the black keys finally shattered. Old man, your weapon is useless. Karen taunted, preparing to press her advantage. But before she could do so, she suddenly took a deep breath because, in the next second, Kaire discarded the broken black keys and delivered a lightning-fast punch. Thud! Karen managed to block the attack. Her malleable metal cloth sealed Kaire's assault, giving her a brief moment of relief. However, as she relaxed and prepared to taunt him as usual, she noticed a malicious and delighted smile on his face. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to react. Without retracting his fist or gathering strength, at such a close distance, Kaire's next punch carried even greater force than before, completely shattering her metal cloths. The blow landed directly on Karen's abdomen. The intense pain widened her eyes, rendering her instantly incapacitated. Well then, farewell, my foolish daughter. Without mercy, Kaire raised his hand, seemingly intent on decapitating Karen with a single strike. But just before he could do so, I can't do it, hey. I'll spare your life for now. Consider it a token of fatherly love, my foolish daughter. Saying these words and suppressing his urge to kill his own daughter, Kaire's figure disappeared in an instant, an ability normally only wielded by servant, known as spiritualization, spiritual body. Chapter 129, Holy Church and Responsibility. When Artorius and his group arrived at a hotel located about 50 kilometers outside Tokyo's city center, the situation had already come to an end. It wasn't that they weren't fast enough, the battle had just ended too quickly. Kaire was exceptionally talented, maybe even a bit too much. Although it might seem like he and his daughter exchanged banter while fighting for quite some time, in reality, it all happened in just a few seconds. From the moment he suddenly appeared behind Bayezid and stabbed her with the black key, to delivering a punch that sent his daughter flying, it was all over in a matter of seconds. This battle had taken place simultaneously with the explosion at the hotel where Artorius was located. The wounds are fresh. Search the area. The enemy likely hasn't gone far. They entered the hotel and followed the scent of blood to the room where Bayezid and Karen were. Of course, prior to that, they had discreetly used magecraft and reported to the local branch of the Imperial Mystery Bureau. One of the personnel responsible for the mystery-related work in this area was Rudolph. So, there was no need to call for additional assistance, they just had to make a report, and later provide a detailed report. These two children are badly injured. Looking at Bayezid lying in a pool of blood and Karen who was vomiting blood and some kind of organ injuries, X made this assessment. At the same time, several maids had already formed teams and started searching the surroundings, activating large-scale spells to ensure that everyone would be updated on any maid's situation in case something happened to them, facilitating support. Although the Einsborn family wasn't a regular military force in the Empire, their battle maid corps had reached the average level of the Empire's second-line troops. Not to mention that recently, they received magical nourishment from His Majesty the Emperor. With the power of the dragon's magical essence, semen, their strength had slightly improved. These maids were of good quality and worked diligently for Artorius. However, he had a feeling that the guy they were after had already escaped. Major Bayezid. At the same time, under Artorius's magical energy infusion, both women had already recovered. Their faces, though, looked grim. On one hand, they were defeated, and on the other hand, they felt uneasy about showing their unsightly side in front of the Emperor. But now was not the time for taking care of their feelings. Rudolph, standing beside Artorius, directly asked, "What exactly happened? Who attacked you?" Both Rudolph and Bayezid were students of Agravain. Although they belonged to different departments, they had cooperated a few times before, so they knew each other to some extent. This time, both sides knew their respective tasks, so he asked the question directly. Upon hearing the question, Bayezid didn't answer. Her expression grew even more somber, and she subconsciously looked at her partner. Although in one timeline, she had achieved remarkable results in the Holy Grail War in a single night, in more timelines, she was also defeated by Kyrie in an instant. The fact that Kyrie chose to ambush her instead of Karen suggests that he had found confronting her head-on troublesome and her strength surpassed Karen's. Nevertheless, being taken down by surprise was still embarrassing. It was a man named Kotomine Kyrie, an agent of the Holy Church. He attacked us. Karen's expression remained unchanged as she readily betrayed her own father by telling the truth. The Holy Church? Why would they do this? Are they planning to betray the Empire? As he said this, Rudolph's expression turned grim. Even during the weakest times of the Empire, the so-called Holy Church never gained any advantage here. Unlike certain timelines where Europe had a weak feudal system and diminished imperial authority, the empire established by the Dragon Emperor tightly controlled the Holy Church from the very beginning. The empire practiced religious tolerance and secular policies towards commoners while imposing strict control over religious figures. Religious organizations were taxed, restricted from owning large amounts of land, required to engage in labor, and subjected to rigorous evaluations. The Imperial National and Religious Bureau governed the Church and all other religious entities. Under these circumstances, it was natural for the Holy Church to be unhappy. Open opposition, secret resistance, and even armed revolts occurred. However, in the end, the powerful strength of the empire crushed all opposition. By the end of the 20th century, the influence of the Holy Church waned, much like many other religions around the world, becoming more of a cultural aspect of life rather than a deeply held faith. With the widespread promotion of rationalism and compulsory education in the empire, and the concentrated faith in the Dragon Emperor officially encouraged and spread throughout the world, the empire aimed to strengthen the emperor's power. Some fanatic followers of the Dragon Emperor harbored hopes of establishing a cult as the official state religion, with the aim of making every citizen within the empire a believer. A few figures even knew the truth that from Artorius I to Artorius LXXV was the same figure. The upper echelons of the empire, wholly devoted to the Dragon Emperor, intended to unveil this plan and the secret, reaping a bountiful harvest of faith. Especially after the empire's research institutions discovered ways to convert faith into power, it was quite astonishing that the Holy Church dared to cause trouble openly. As expected, after making a call to inquire, the Holy Church quickly issued a statement claiming that Kyrie had left the church years ago and they had no idea of his whereabouts. They claimed that his actions were unrelated to the Holy Church. Of course, even though they said this, it wasn't truly the end. If the Empire didn't take this opportunity to teach them a lesson and force them to reveal more information, then it wouldn't be the Empire. This could be considered an unexpected gain, but it didn't help the current situation in any way. It seems like someone can't stand seeing me live a good life, hey. Artorius sighed. They even have to ruin my rare vacation. How despicable. I'm truly sorry, Your Majesty, for letting you witness such a shameful sight of us. While Rudolph went out to make calls, contacting various parties and assigning people to search and monitor all over Tokyo, Karen, who had already recovered, bowed to Artorius and offered her apology. Following Artorius's attempt to forgive her with understanding, Karen prostrated herself before him, pleading, "I'll take responsibility for this, Your Majesty. Please, let all your anger and resentment be vented on me. Whether I will be your toy, slave, or tool, I'm willing to accept it all." Creator's Thoughts. Chapter 130, Getting Serious. Following Artorius's attempt to forgive her with understanding, Karen prostrated herself before him, pleading, "I'll take responsibility for this, Your Majesty. Please, let all your anger and resentment be vented on me. Whether I will be your toy, slave, or tool, I'm willing to accept it all." Bayzet looked at Karen in disbelief and exclaimed in her mind speechlessly. "You turned out to be such a person, Karen Hortensia. I really misjudged you. We agreed that you wouldn't get involved because your hair color resembles the Einsborn women's. What made you change your mind? This kind of opportunistic behavior is just shameful. You're not taking responsibility, you're clearly taking advantage of the situation to seek rewards. Despicable." After uttering the words "I'll take responsibility," Karen kept her gaze fixed on Artorius. She completely disregarded the bewildered and wide-eyed expression of her colleague, who stood beside her in disbelief. "Before, I had always sensed someone was spying on me, it was you too, hey." In response to the silver-haired girl's claim, Artorius neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he turned the tables and asked this question. "Yes, it was me and this colleague of mine." Karen nodded without hesitation, then pointed at the stunned Bayzet standing nearby. "Bayzet! You rascal, I'll remember this." After a brief pause, Bayzet looked at Karen with a gloomy expression. "When you said you would take responsibility, you only mentioned yourself, right? But now, when the Emperor questions you, you drag me into it. Damn it!" The next moment. "Ouch! Consider this as a punishment." Artorius lightly flicked Karen's forehead, not too forcefully, but enough to make her feel the pain. "Don't try these little tricks again, Karen." "Yes, Your Majesty." Karen remained composed. Even though Artorius rejected her, she didn't seem too upset. With that matter settled, they had to return to the Hot Spring Hotel. Despite Rudolph's suggestion to use the secret base in Tokyo, Artorius declined. Using it would only make him seem afraid, and he was confident that the place he was in was the safest in the world. Artorius Pendragon, the Dragon Emperor, had that confidence. In the following 3 days, Tokyo was on high alert, and tensions ran deep within the city. Meanwhile, the various branches of the Holy Church worldwide also faced trouble and destruction. The person named Kotomine Kaire had become a wanted criminal, but he remained hidden. However, the empire had also made significant progress. Almost inadvertently, they obtained substantial evidence of the Holy Church's illegal activities. This blow was severe enough to leave them scarred. But that wasn't the main point. Soaking in the hot spring water, the majestic dragon emperor sipped on a glass of cold wine, contemplating the situation of the recent attack. This was the analysis provided by the loyal Rudolph. The radicals from the Holy Church are the prime suspects. A bunch of lunatics who fantasize about their divine authority. Other than them, there are the dead apostles. Although it was only the remnants of their regular army, our final brigade was annihilated 3 years ago in the Canadian Arctic. These enemies of humanity can never be completely eradicated. They no longer employ conventional warfare but resort to guerrilla tactics and even terror attacks, causing significant losses to the empire. As Rudolph explained this, Artorius began to grasp the situation. Well shit, this seems to be a parallel world connected to Tsukiheim. In the parallel worlds of the Nasu-verse, there are essentially 2 major categories. One leans towards Alea, the timeline of heroic spirits, where the laws of humanity are incredibly strong and unyielding. The other leans towards Gaia, the timeline of true ancestors, where the laws of humanity are volatile and unpredictable. For those who often say, Gaia doesn't interfere or it won't act unless the earth is in danger, now might be a good time to take a look at the setting of the Tsukiheim. The peculiar creature who always acts cute in Chaldea is not just Merlin's familiar or mascot. It is the Beast of Calamity, also known as Logos of Comparison. If these titles don't resonate much, the following ones might send shivers down people's spine. Primate Murder. The Beast of Gaia. Those 2 titles alone reveal Gaia's deep malice towards humanity. The so-called true ancestors were beings inclined towards nature itself. They are Gaia's means of self-defense against humans. In a world leaning toward the true ancestors, it's only natural that the human order is not fixed. After all, humans as the prime species, primates, would be wiped out. Well, this is a bit troublesome. Artorius pondered, and the focus of his thoughts shifted from who attacked us to the biggest enemy the Empire and humanity faced. If the world I'm in is one where the true ancestors, nature and Gaia ultimately triumph, and humans, as primates, are enslaved or even exterminated by the vampires. No. I won't allow such a thing. Thinking of this, His Majesty the Emperor no longer felt like taking a vacation. Your Majesty. Just when Artorius was feeling a bit annoyed, the voice of the maid by his side sounded like a soothing cat, calming Artorius's restless heart. Since he had shifted from leisure mode to a serious mode, he couldn't keep going fooling around with 100 maids at once. During this moment, there were indeed many women bathing with Artorius. However, they were simply taking ordinary baths. Only 2 fortunate women, one on each side, were embraced by Artorius's muscular arms, both wearing blissful expressions. Presently, Artorius was not in a boy, Shota, form or a young man, Eichmann, form. He appeared to be a handsome and masculine middle-aged man of around 30 years old, Dilf. He exuded a strong aura, giving off a sense of wealth, status, and power. This version of Artorius' Dragon Emperor form overpowered the others, making them feel subservient at first sight. The standard image of the Dragon Emperor, currently popular in the Empire, was similarly imposing. He had grown a beard, sporting an elegant goatee and a mustache, turning him into a middle-aged man in his 30s. Shota and Eichmann forms were undoubtedly attractive, but if one sought stability, and wanted to rely on a man, a Dilf appearance was without a doubt the top choice. The kind that would bewitch young girls completely and commonly addressed by them as daddy. After being comforted by the 2 maids, Artorius continued his contemplation. Now, he was starting to appreciate the experience of this drifting phenomenon. This adventure allowed him to understand the direction of the future, who his enemies were, and what his empire should do next. Besides the 3 founding families, 4 other mages are involved in the Holy Grail War. His thoughts progressed to the second stage. Author's note. Basically, what needs to be said is this: the world where Gaia has the upper hand is Psukiheim and the world where Alea has the upper hand is Fate. Of course, this is a fanfiction work. So, the characters from both sides will make appearances. Chapter 131, Identities of Masters. The identity of the enemy remains unclear due to the lack of information. As for Kyrie, in the original story, he should still be lost at this point in time, adhering to his role as a devoted believer. However, many things in this world have become chaotic due to the rise of the Empire. The Einsborn family now serves as a branch of the imperial family. The Matu family still holds on to the name of the Zalgen family, with Matu Korea becoming Rudolf Zalgen, skilled in swordsmanship. The only one that hasn't changed much is the Tosaka family, which roughly maintains its original course. But in the overall shift of the world's dynamics, the Tosaka family's situation has naturally changed, aligning closer to the Empire. Tokiomi's father embraced the Empire's full education. Although Tokiomi himself did not, he sent his daughter, Sakura, away. Sakura now insists that she wants to become the Emperor's bride. Oh, don't misunderstand. The world isn't showering Artorius with top-quality bronze for him to refine. As mentioned before, she wants to join the Empire's battle nuns. These battle nuns there call themselves the Emperor's brides. Of course, this is just a matter of title. Nobody takes it too seriously. Just like Karen. Naturally, this hasn't stopped her from using this pretext to her advantage. For example, she sneaked into the maids' group pretending it was just because her hair was similar in color, then tried to find a way to get into Artorius's bed, and if caught, she just casually said, "I'm the bride of the Emperor, so it's normal." At that time, Artorius remained unfazed. "I want to get revenge on that bastard of a father," Karen said calmly. "Although I don't want to admit it, right now, that guy is stronger. So, if I want revenge, I need to become stronger. And the simplest, fastest way to become stronger is to have sexual intercourse with your majesty." As she spoke these words, Karen's face showed no expression, seemingly completely indifferent to how shocking her words might be. Because it won't just be painless, dull, or uninteresting. On the contrary, it will feel very good, very comfortable, as if ascending the heaven. This is the best choice for me. After uttering such words, Karen was flicked on the forehead by Artorius again, this time even harder than before. A lump instantly swelled on her forehead, and she held her head, crouching down. "Don't say such nonsense, Karen." Ugh. Although she subconsciously wanted to add, "There's nothing wrong with that. I am the Emperor's bride. It's normal for the Emperor and his bride to have a sexual relationship." But looking at Artorius's displeased expression, Karen thought that if she said anything else, she might get beaten. And not the kind of fun beating like those in BDSM, so she kept her mouth shut. Of course, keeping her mouth shut didn't mean she wouldn't try to cause trouble. Otherwise, she'd end up like her foolish colleague and partner in work, Bayzet. Believing in the principle of effort will always be rewarded, that person named Bayzet is truly naive. She wasted the path Marshal Agravain laid out for her. But Karen is different. She was kicked to this damned place by her father when she was little, and she had to climb all the way up to her current position relying solely on herself. Let's think of another way. Being lectured by Artorius, Karen temporarily stopped her mischief. Anyway, Dragon Emperor is a lecherous man, there will be opportunities. Karen didn't desire titles like princess or royal maid. She just wanted the essence, semen, of the Dragon Emperor to enhance her magical energy. In this way, both she and the Dragon Emperor would be satisfied. It was a win-win situation. She would acquire the ability to defeat her own father, and the Dragon Emperor would be pleased with her service. Everyone would be happy. Regardless of who the enemy may be, whether they are radicals from the Holy Church or dead apostles, their choice to disrupt and attack at this juncture can best be explained by their intentions for this Holy Grail war. And with that, the likelihood of them sending someone as a master to participate in this Holy Grail war has significantly increased. Considering Kotomine Kyrie as their piece in the game, the probability is further elevated due to his unique ability to materialize in the spiritual form as servants do. He must be a servant. So, who could it be, this troublesome fellow? Apart from the 3 founding families, we have 2 other empires' masters under our control. As Artorius pondered this, he recalled the elegant young lady in a suit, her figure too appealing to be concealed. Unlike Karen, who sought to seize the emperor, this elegant young lady showed utmost respect to Artorius right from the beginning, always abiding by the rules. Not that her respect for Artorius exceeded that of the insolent nun, it was merely because she was an honest and straightforward person. And this honest person was Bayezid, or rather, one of the current masters controlled by the empire. Apart from the 3 founding families, the selection process for the master candidates of the Holy Grail War was somewhat complex. First, those who intentionally aimed to participate in the Holy Grail War. Next were individuals with strong wishes and dreams they wished to fulfill. Perhaps fate was also one of the criteria for selection. Nevertheless, a certain honest person named Bayezid was one of the chosen masters in this Holy Grail War. When Kyrie backstabbed her, a strong desire to survive led to the appearance of a crimson mark, like a tattoo, on the back of her hand, the so-called command spell. This result was one of the reasons why the Empire sent her. The closer a mage was to Fuyuki, the higher the probability of being selected. And then, there's someone familiar, though we've never met. Waver Velvet, a significant supporting character with numerous appearances in the original timeline. He was also chosen as one of the masters in this battle. He was still the same person as in the original timeline, but their background and experiences had completely changed. Unlike in the original timeline, where he was a mediocre third-rate mage with a frail physique and appearance who came here after being ridiculed, wanting to prove himself even if he had to borrow money for a plane ticket. In this world, Waver was already over 30, with a mental state closer to the era of El Meloy II. Additionally, he was acknowledged as a genius by the clock tower in this world. Not because his talents in magecraft were supported and acknowledged, he was still the same person after all. It was simply because the Empire evaluated talent differently than in the original timeline. In an era unlike the past, where individual mages conducted research alone in small workshops, the Empire formed specialized research teams. Therefore, instead of focusing on the quality and quantity of magic circuits, the Empire valued intelligence, thinking ability, learning capacity, and motivation. There were countless ways to obtain powerful magecraft or formidable combat abilities in the Empire. The Empire was not lacking in powerful warriors, but they were more inclined toward individuals like Waver who possessed special talents. A few days ago, within the clock tower, the most tightly controlled magic academy under the Empire's rule, a certain teacher had directly thrown a holy relic to his student. As a traditional mage, Kenneth couldn't stand Waver. He thought he was an overrated deadbeat. However, as an imperial mage, Kenneth couldn't deny his abilities. This conflicting and complicated feeling kept Kenneth's evaluation of Waver at the level of a useful tool. He was a convenient guy to have around. Just throw all the headaches his way, and he'd deliver excellent results. This Holy Grail War would be no different. Go, Waver, don't embarrass the clock tower, fight for the Empire's honor. On the flight to Japan, Waver couldn't help but grind his teeth when he recalled the pleased expression of his teacher. It's always like this, that jerk. With his long hair and a well-fitted suit, he looked like a proper gentleman, clutching the box containing the holy relic, and making a creaking sound. This Holy Grail War is just not worth the trouble. Getting some extra sleep would be a better deal. Artorius wasn't sure about this world's Waver yet. But when Rudolph was asked, his evaluation was somewhat conflicted. They may be a bunch of idiots, but they can be trusted. As the third branch of the Mages Association established by the Empire, the Clock Tower's mages were always focused on cultivating talented mages for the Empire. Their loyalty far surpassed the other two branches. It was like comparing a domesticated dog to a wild one, though, of course, the latter might prefer to call themselves free wolves. As soon as Mr. Waver arrives, arrange a meeting with me. After Rudolph's evaluation, Artorius gave this order. In the 3-day search, this was one of the most valuable pieces of information Artorius had obtained. Aside from the 5 masters known and controlled by the Empire, the identities of the remaining 2 masters were quickly uncovered. The remaining 2 were Zepia Eltnam Oberon from the Atlas Academy and the freelance mage, Ayazaka Tuko. Different from the original story, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, the Lord of the Department of Mineralogy in Clock Tower, and the serial killer Uriu Unosuk didn't participate. The former saw it as too much trouble, given his different perspectives and status. As for the latter, thanks to the Empire's reign, he had been eliminated 2 years ago, probably reduced to dust by now. So, the 2 were out of the question. So, who is the one who summoned Kotomine Kaire as a servant? Relaxing in a hot spring while playing with the maid's breasts, Artorius pondered this question and ignored her pleas of "Your Majesty, please stop teasing me. Please faster." Such words were meaningless, like unconsciously spinning a pen, biting nails, or shaking legs. Fully immersed in thought, Artorius didn't notice the maid's pitiful requests but proceeded to the next step subconsciously. Chapter 132, Holy Grail War, commence. Amidst the Empire's vast power, Atlas Academy, the Wandering Sea, and the Clock Tower were all vassals of the Empire. However, Wandering Sea stood apart, even more marginalized and independent. The Clock Tower, on the other hand, was practically a subordinate of the Empire. Atlas Academy occupied a position somewhere between the two. The academic aura at Atlas Academy was much stronger. Though less emotionally connected and not very loyal to the Dragon Emperor, they were capable of creating many remarkable things. The Academy dispatched numerous alchemists and scholars skilled in the fusion of science and magecraft to the Empire, providing crucial support for various technological and mystery advancements. The Empire wasn't pleased with their perceived disloyalty, but they couldn't deny the technological prowess these individuals possessed. Despite the Empire giving birth to numerous exceptionally talented individuals over its 1500-year history, such as Da Vinci, Edison, Turing, and Watt, their research capabilities were potent on their own. Still, one can never have too much talent. Between these 2 individuals, Zepia and Tuko, one of them is a traitor. Artorius thought this to himself while holding the exhausted maid in his arms. Regarding Atlas Academy, I'm not very familiar with them, as it had limited scenes in the original story. As for Ayazaka Tuko, he continued, I know more about that woman. However, the emergence of the Empire has caused drastic changes to the timeline. So, the Ayazaka Tuko I know may differ significantly from the current one. Changing history isn't always convenient. As Artorius sighed, in Rin's room, the twin-tailed Sundara girl pursed her lips and nodded. I see, I understand now. Rin turned to her sister and Karen, and said, so, when you said you wanted to become the Emperor's bride, you actually meant you wanted to join the battle nuns, right? Yes. Sakura replied earnestly, that would be the greatest honor. Oh. Rin, more intelligent than most children, wasn't surprised by Sakura's statement, but she blushed nonetheless. As a child from a mage family, she knew that being the Emperor's bride was equivalent to being part of the battle nuns, but she had forgotten about it earlier due to her surprise. But that's not entirely correct. Karen interjected from the other side. When the Tosaka sisters looked at her together, Karen calmly said, before this, being the Emperor's bride was merely a slogan, a title, because everyone believed that the Dragon Emperor had already passed away. But, what if the Dragon Emperor is still alive? Looking at the puzzled expressions of the Tosaka sisters, Karen smirked, revealing a satisfied smile. Imparting wrong ideas to children and seeing them struggle and cry in pain was such a delightful feeling. Phew phew phew. If the Dragon Emperor is still alive, then I'll be his bride. No, I'll strive to become his bride. Muttering to herself, Sakura seemed to have made some sort of decision. But isn't that strange? Rin exclaimed loudly, wasn't the Dragon Emperor an ancient figure? Hasn't he been dead for a very long time? Generally, that's correct. Karen continued to feed them strange ideas, but in the Holy Grail War. Ah, Rin-chan, you do know what the Holy Grail War is, right? Of course. I know about the Holy Grail War, right. Though she was still a child, Rin was unexpectedly sharp, quickly understanding Karen's meaning. Yes, as long as we summon His Majesty the Dragon Emperor Artorius I, in the next Holy Grail War, victory will be ours. If we become the Dragon Emperor's master, then dealing with various situations shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, that does sound strange. Though Rin continued to mumble, Sakura on the other side already had a determined expression on her face. It's decided. Sakura declared, I'll become the Dragon Emperor's bride, and I'll also be his master. Truly impressive. Karen applauded sarcastically, to have such ambitious aspirations at such a young age. I'm sure your future will be bright. Hearing her words, Rin looked left and right, gazing at Karen, then back at her sister. Though she found it a bit strange and suspicious instinctively, Rin couldn't stand losing, and being the tsundere that she was, she finally muttered words that brought delight to Karen. In that case, I'll become the Emperor's bride too. Yes, Oni-sama, let's become the Emperor's bride together. Sakura said with a bright smile, happily addressing her big sister. Meanwhile, in a bustling nightclub, Tokyo's neon lights flickered, embodying the decadent and debauched nightlife. Through the crowd of people dancing to the music, seeking cheap thrills, Kairi arrived at the heart of this nightclub called Bloody Mary. The heavy doors slowly swung open, revealing a man with a wicked sense of humor, resembling a mischievous child, as he wore a pleased smile and strode inside. Humans are truly ugly creatures. His master and partner in crime, with his back turned to him, said those words as he watched the surveillance screen in front of him that displayed everything happening in the nightclub, revealing the grotesque behavior of people driven by alcohol, malice, and their own wickedness. From Kairi's perspective, this would be the perfect angle to stab a knife right into his master's back. In fact, if he were not certain that he stood no chance against his master and that an impulsive attack would undoubtedly fail, Kairi would have done just that. Enough of this boring talk. Kairi said as he approached his master. I did as you said and attacked the observers on the outskirts. Your subordinates seemed to take advantage of the situation to do other things. Yes, indeed. His master replied calmly without turning around. What purpose does this stirring up chaos serve? Kairi turned around and walked towards the bar, casually picking up a bottle of red wine and pouring himself a glass. Unlike the simple life he led as a priest, right now, Kairi indulged in the sensation of drinking, not because he liked the taste of alcohol, but simply for the feeling it brought him. Must everything we do have a purpose? His master continued without looking back. I never imagined you would become this way, Kairi. You can say whatever you want. Kairi responded, opening every bottle of red wine and mixing them together in his glass. It wasn't a cocktail, merely a concoction. Be patient, Kairi. His master tried to comfort him. My plan is absolute. Fate will change. The era of chaos is about to descend, and a wretched dog like you will surely be pleased with the outcome. By the way, that mix of wine you have doesn't seem appealing. I'll wait and see. Kairi replied calmly, not taking offense at being called a wretched dog. In fact, he felt that the assessment was quite fitting. Also, who said I wanted to drink this stuff anyway. He poured the mixed wine onto the carpet as he spoke, tossed the glass aside, and picked up another bottle to take a sip. When you have news, notify me, master. With that, Kyrie disappeared once again. What an impolite dog! Kyrie's master remarked, but his voice remained emotionless. However, since you still have some usefulness, I'll spare your life. After saying this, he refocused his attention on the screen, where a drunk thug happily smashed a bottle over a waiter's head. Be patient a bit longer, he murmured. Be patient a bit longer, and this disgusting world will be destroyed. The master we await will lead us to the true world. At the same time, Artorius soaked in the hot spring. I should accelerate this Holy Grail war. The faster the Holy Grail war progresses, the sooner I can return to my own timeline. That way, the problem will be dealt with. With the maid's assistance, Artorius stood up from the hot spring and wrapped himself in a yukata. He called out Iri's name. Do you need something, Your Majesty? Iri, waiting outside the hot spring, asked with a gentle tone. Spread my orders, it's time to summon the servants, and commence the Holy Grail war. Yes, Your Majesty. As a monarch, he naturally needed messengers to relay his commands. Moreover, because Artorius frequently engaged in various activities with the maids, it was evident that a male messenger would not be suitable. Thus, this honorable task was given to Iri. A court lady, head maid, or grand chamberlain. This was the role Iri currently played. Thus, Artorius's will was swiftly conveyed. Start the Holy Grail war early? Under these circumstances, aren't we being targeted by dead apostles? Moreover, this isn't even Fuyuki. Tokiomi was slightly shaken. Before he could say anything, Rudolph had already turned and left. Lord Rudolph! I shall execute His Majesty's will. Rudolph said calmly, farewell, Lord Tosaka. Curses! Tokiomi gritted his teeth. I guess I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have the relic to summon a heroic spirit with me. Thinking this, Tokiomi breathed a sigh of relief. But if you think carefully, maybe it's a good idea. With the power of servants, we can be safer. Is this why His Majesty decided to hold the Holy Grail war earlier? Chapter 133, Summoning Rituals. Curses! Tokiomi gritted his teeth. I guess I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have the relic to summon a heroic spirit with me. Thinking this, Tokiomi breathed a sigh of relief. But if you think carefully, maybe it's a good idea. With the power of servants, we can be safer. Is this why His Majesty decided to hold the Holy Grail war earlier? Tokiomi didn't even notice it himself, but unconsciously, he had already put himself in Artorius's shoes, coming up with reasons for him. This was probably the Stockholm Syndrome caused by the inability to resist and only being able to enjoy. With these thoughts in mind, Tokiomi turned around and went back to his own room. After more than half an hour. Damn it, I got airsick. Waver felt dizzy as he stepped off the plane at Tokyo International Airport. The dizziness intensified the pain on the back of his hand, where the crimson command spells were etched. All he wanted now was to find a place to lie down and get a good rest. He would recover his strength and then devise a strategy. He would fool around for a while until his servant went down the drain. After that, he'd return to the clock tower. Under the Empire's surveillance, the Holy Grail war would surely not lead to casualties. So, Waver was relatively safe. Come to think of it, participating in the Holy Grail war doesn't seem like such a bad thing. Holding his luggage, Waver walked to the smoking area, took out a cigar, lit it, and squatted down. If I play it smart, won't it be like having a vacation? It seems Professor Kenneth isn't such a devil after all. Thinking this way, Waver's heart warmed, and his fondness for Kenneth increased by +1. Then, the next second his phone rang. "What's the matter, Professor Kenneth?" Waver opened his phone and answered the call, looking puzzled. "I forgot to tell you something earlier, Waver." "What is it?" "I've sent you all the files you need to handle in the next few days to your email. You can take care of those while participating in the Holy Grail War." Just as he was about to protest, Waver was interrupted by Kenneth, who said, "This is an order and can't be negotiated, Waver. Also, good luck." After saying those words, Kenneth hung up, leaving Waver dumbfounded. "Damn it, that asshole!" Waver raised his hand in frustration, wanting to throw his phone to the ground. Of course, he hesitated and didn't do it in the end. He couldn't afford to replace a broken phone because he wasn't good at managing his finances, and he didn't come from a wealthy family. His life was pretty tight financially, and damaging his phone would hurt. "To think he's exploiting me like this." The slight relief from air sickness worsened, and the debuffs stacked up high, almost taking half of his life away. But then, "Are you Waver Velvet?" Hearing a voice, Waver looked up and exchanged glances with two men who looked quite cheerful and were wearing high-end suits. "Yes, and you are?" "We are employees of the Imperial Mystery Bureau, and here are our credentials." "Oh, I see. Then, now, the Empire has an important task for you. The Holy Grail War has started prematurely. Please take out your relic and summon your servant." "Sorry? Wait, I just got off the plane. My air sickness hasn't gone away yet. Besides, I just received a call from my teacher, and he's treating me like a ruthless supervisor treats their intern, and then there's. Please take out your relic and summon your servant." The other party calmly repeated the words from earlier nonchalantly like a robot, and the seriousness in the tone made Waver gulp nervously. Afterward, he noticed that these two individuals referred to themselves as employees of the Imperial Mystery Bureau. Their status was likely genuine, but they were not ordinary staff that mages typically encountered. They were inquisitors of the Judgment Hall. They wore the abstract emblem of dragon flame witch hunters on their chests, which indicated that they were members of the Judgment Hall Inquisitors, a specialized judiciary dedicated to dealing with rogue mages or any human enemy of the Empire. They burned witches in Europe, Nganga witches in Africa, shamans who practiced voodoo, Buddhist monks who used black magic in Southeast Asia, and murderers with twisted impulses in Japan. They also purged monks spreading heresy and strange hybrids born from the union of humans and foreign creatures. In short, they hunted down all the humans in the world of magecraft who were enemies of humanity and the Empire. Despite the Empire's external propaganda that depicted them as heroes of the Empire, the backbone of humanity, fighting on the front line against evildoers, Waver couldn't help but think, if I don't cooperate, will they use a dragon flame purifier on me and turn me into charcoal? With that thought in mind, Waver swallowed hard and obediently took out the fragments of textiles from the purple sandalwood box. Then came a series of required items, the most important of which was a magical energy crystallization known as the Dragon Crystal, the Empire's next-generation magical energy crystallization. At the same time. This is such a hassle. The person who sighed like this was Ayazaka Toko. Almost simultaneously, another Inquisitor appeared before this freelance mage, giving her the same command as Waver. Though Toko was annoyed and wanted to tell them, "I'm not one of you, you have no right to order me around," doing so would probably lead to a desperate situation. If it were only a matter of life and death, it would be tolerable. But the problem was, she was quite a beauty, at least that's how she perceived herself. So the likely outcome would be to be forced to serve as a weapon for that evil dragon emperor. Being quite experienced in the world of magecraft, she was aware of many secrets, including the fact that the Dragon Emperor still existed and was alive and dandy. Combining this with the legend of several generations of emperors in the Empire, Toko felt weak in the knees. Though she was not young anymore, she never thought about pursuing a romantic relationship with anyone. Even if it came to that, she only wanted to quietly adopt a cute young boy and raise him. Falling in love was definitely out of the question. For her own future happiness and to seek revenge against her foolish sister, she knew she had to comply. Ha! I can only do as they say. With this thought in mind, the woman with wine-red long hair, wearing a deep green kipao and black stockings, took out her own relic. No, calling it a relic seemed a bit delicate. After all, the being she was about to summon was rather vile, fearsome, and a villain in all legends. It was a blue glass gourd-shaped sake container that seemed oddly discordant. This was Tuko's relic. She was going to summon a notorious oni well known in Japan, a powerful oni called Shutendaji. At least we can bond over our fondness for pretty and handsome boys. With this thought in her heart, Tuko began chanting the incantation. At the same time, in front of a well-prepared magic circle, Bayezid paused for a moment before putting back the relic that represented the Knights of the Round Table, which had been given to her. She then took off her earrings while Karen looked on with some confusion. Everyone in the Knights of the Round Table is a hero, of course. Partly speaking to herself and partly explaining to Karen, Bayezid said, but if possible, I want to summon someone else. Someone else, someone related to your family? Or a knight active in other regions of Ireland? It's C.U. Culane. After a brief hesitation, considering that she was about to summon the person anyway, Bayezid decided not to lie. I've been his admirer since I was little, so in this Holy Grail war, I want to give it a try. Well, then, good luck to you. And if you end up being held responsible for this, don't blame me for not warning you. Karen's light words brought a relaxed smile to Bayezid's face. If getting scolded could lead to the realization of her dream since childhood, then this deal was definitely worth it. At the same time, while some people were preparing to summon their servants and others were in the process of summoning, one person had already completed the summoning. When a knight in purple armor, majestic and imposing, appeared before Rudolph, his emotions reached their peak. Success! He had indeed succeeded. Using the relic, along with his unwavering belief and his fervent admiration for the heroic spirits of the Knights of the Round Table, he had successfully summoned the Dragon Emperor's close friend, the great knight who infected the Dragon Emperor with his light, warmth, dedication, and loyalty. Artorius's best friend, the Knight of the Grail, Galahad. Truly deserves to be the Knight of the Grail, the chest muscles are well developed. Rudolph praised, intending to build a good relationship with his servant. In stark contrast to Rudolph's feverish excitement, Tokiomi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Before him stood a young, rebellious man wearing golden armor and sporting a wild mop of hair. He was at a loss for words. Curses, can someone tell me what's going on? Isn't he king of heroes, Gilgamesh? While King Gilgamesh was indeed a formidable heroic spirit, even rumored to be a half-god and half-human, he was a king from a foreign land who ultimately rebelled against the gods. Tokiomi couldn't bear the thought of what might happen when such a character interacts with the Dragon Emperor. Tokiomi had just made the decision to align with the Empire and even use this Holy Grail war to establish a good relationship with the Dragon Emperor. And now, this happened. Is the Throne of Heroes messing with him? My relic was supposed to summon the legendary Inkiju. I used the legendary clay that created Inkiju. So why did I end up summoning King Gilgamesh? Ended, I will die, I will die, I will die. So, you're my master, hey? You look like a boring and ordinary mongrel. As Tokiomi internally screamed, the shining Gilgamesh, with his golden short hair and golden armor, evaluated his master in this manner, looking displeased. Trash, everything is trash. This world remains unchanged as always, everything is rubbish, mediocrity, and debris. Gilgamesh said with disgust inside his mind. The so-called progress in technology, social systems, production, the relationship between production and labor, philosophy, science, medicine, and transportation, all of it seemed meaningless in Gilgamesh's eyes. In his view, the essence of the human world was stagnant, and all humans appeared as mediocrities. They constructed their cities using borrowed knowledge and blindly hailed it as civilization. Everything seemed devoid of meaning, everything appeared as mere rubbish, whether it was destruction, creation, or anything else, none held any significance. Speak. The arrogant king immediately took Tokiomi's place without hesitation, sitting comfortably and giving orders. How is the Holy Grail War going, Tokiomi? That, Tokiomi instinctively wanted to say the Holy Grail War is none of your concern. I suggest you go back where you came from. But in the end, he couldn't say it. Because he was afraid that Gilgamesh would split him in half in an instant. At the same time. Are you? See you Kulane. In Bayezid's room, the summoning had also been completed. However, the situation was a bit different from what Bayezid had expected. The crimson spear indeed looked like the legendary Gibalg. The tight leather outfit also resembled the attire of ancient Celtic warriors. But the problem was... Could someone tell me, is Cu Kulane actually a woman? And moreover, a stunning beauty with wine-red long hair and an explosive figure. If you were expecting Cu Kulane, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not that foolish boy. The breathtaking beauty with a graceful figure smiled and spoke to the young child before her. Right. Through the bond between master and servant, Bayezid quickly confirmed the identity of the person she had summoned. It wasn't Cu Kulane, instead, it was Cu Kulane's mentor and a powerful female warrior named Scathatch. Realizing that she had summoned such a powerful figure, Bayezid didn't know whether to be happy or upset. Guhahaha, you means, we meet again. Is this fate's arrangement? In front of Waver, there stood a burly man with a hearty smile and an excessively big physique. He was laughing heartily and patting Waver's shoulders enthusiastically, almost causing Waver, who looked fine on the surface but was actually out of shape due to irregular schedules and lack of exercise, to vomit. Observing the scene, the two inquisitors quietly left. Now, only Waver and the boisterous man remained. This guy was Iskandar Alexander the Great. He had single-handedly undertaken the most magnificent expedition of classical times, conquering countless lands, nations, and even the hearts of people, a terrifying king of conquerors. However, at this moment, he looked no different from those over-enthusiastic uncles at the gym. Cough, cough. As Waver forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, he protested loudly, Stop, stop, I'm not you means, look properly. I'm your master. Is that so? If Waver made eye contact with the man in front of him at this moment, he would have noticed a deep meaning in the man's eyes. However, Waver was practically collapsing now, so he didn't have the energy to pay attention to that. Therefore, I see, I mistook you for someone else. But kid, you look almost identical to my closest friend, you means. Your aura is quite similar too. It's no wonder I made a mistake, guhahaha. He continued to laugh merrily and pat Waver's back. As a result, Waver really did vomit. Your lack of exercise remains as usual, master. The Holy Grail War, but you know what, I'd rather throw a party. Fine sake, delicious food, and mesmerizing performances. And of course, a gathering of handsome guys, master. Shutendaji, although she appeared to be a young girl, the way she spoke was that of the famed sake connoisseur. Tuko couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If only I could live such a carefree life too. Tuko sighed with disappointment. Doing nothing but enjoying the company of pretty boys. Why not do it then, master? That's... Tuko hesitated, wanting to explain herself, but after uttering a single word, she decided against it. Am I really foolish enough to explain it to her? Despite Shuten's overwhelming cuteness, enough to double and redouble any Lalakon's affection. The truth was that Tuko had summoned a monstrous being. Shutton's logic and thought processes were entirely different from humans, so trying to explain the need for work, life, or order would be utterly futile. Initially, upon seeing her with her purple bangs and beautiful kimono, Tuko was captivated and responded instinctively. But now, Tuko remained silent, turning around to retrieve the sake she had prepared beforehand. "Would you like some?" "Of course, master, you really know how to live a life." With alcohol in sight, Shutton promptly forgot about their earlier conversation. It was just a casual remark, success or failure hardly mattered. Instead of pondering over such troublesome matters, they should act quickly and seek new happiness. The Holy Grail War might be unexpectedly entertaining. Shutton thought joyfully as she started to feel the effects of the alcohol. And so that was how it went. Within 15 minutes, the 5 masters within the Empire's grasp had all completed their summonings. The Zalgen family, Rudolf Zalgen, summoned the Knight of the Grail, Galahad. The Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokyomi, mistakenly summoned the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. The Clock Tower, Waver Velvet, summoned the King of Conquerors, Iskandar. The Imperial Guard, Bazat Frogamakramitz, summoned the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Skathatch. The Freelance Mage, Ayazaka Tuko, summoned the legendary Oni, Shuttendaji. The Einsburn family, Emi Yakiritsugu, summoned the Dragon Emperor, Artorius Pendragon. Now, the Empire's side had assembled 6 heroic spirits. Slightly different from the traditional Holy Grail War, Galahad was a shielder, Iskandar a rider, Gilgamesh an archer, Skathatch a lancer, Shuttendaji a berserker, and Artorius an assassin. Currently, Kotomine Kyrie, who hadn't shown himself, could be assumed to be a caster, surely not a saber. 6 out of the 7 heroic spirits of the Holy Grail War had made an appearance, and 6 of the 7 masters had been located. This left only 1 master who had yet to reveal themselves and evaded the Empire's official search, the alchemist named Zepia Eltnam Oberon. Though, in this timeline, he was known as Zepia Eltnam Atlasia. But is it really that straightforward? After receiving IRI's report and everything proceeded according to Artorius's plan, he once again fell into contemplation. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. He had a hunch that there was a greater conspiracy at play. Today, Artorius, while fondling the maid's breast as always, seriously contemplated matters related to the rise and fall of the Empire and the fate of humanity. But it should be fine, he said in his mind after a while, dismissing those thoughts. After all, he had 6 heroic spirits under his command. 6 against 1. How could he lose? How could the Dragon Emperor face defeat? Next, it's time to meet my servants. Although Artorius still didn't know who they were, he instinctively placed himself in the position of their monarch. Chapter 134, Banquet of Servants. Let's gather the servants and have a banquet to bond with each other, Artorius declared, and with the help of the maids, he changed his clothes. Despite having the ability to instantly change his outfit using his third magic like a magical girl transformation, he chose to change frame by frame, step by step, in an orderly manner. A gentleman should always exhibit such refinement, right? It was also kind of a public service and a benefit for his subjects. Hearing the maid's gulp of anticipation and seeing the affectionate glances they gave him, Artorius understood the wisdom of this approach. Allowing the maids to occasionally take advantage of him would improve their work efficiency, something even an emperor would consider essential. Thank you and great job, everyone, he praised gently after thanking the maids. Dressed in a splendid military uniform, adorned with frost silver stars and an emperor's scepter, Artorius looked like a celestial being that had stepped out of a painting. Usually, Artorius was already impressive in his regular attire, but now, in this attire, he was an epitome of perfection itself. An entrancing perfection that made it hard to take one's eyes off him, even making one fear the mirror he glanced into might shatter the next second. "Time to go," Artorius said, raising his head high as he walked towards the exit. Since it was a banquet, they couldn't hold it at the Hot Spring Hotel. The Imperial Mystery Bureau urgently contacted the Tokyo Grand Hotel and paid double to have the whole place reserved. They wanted to ensure that the gourmet appetites of the attendees would be satisfied by the top-tier chefs who cooked, fried, stewed, and braised various dishes. "I wonder who will attend. I'm actually quite looking forward to it," Artorius mused to himself. Even a dragon emperor like him felt delighted to meet powerful figures from different eras and various heroes from history, even those beyond his control. Though the Empire had almost subdued every hero of Europe within the past 1,500 years, there were still heroes born before the 5th century who remained beyond the Empire's grasp. And not to forget those heroic spirits from other planets and even other worlds. Even though the story background of the Type Moon, Nasu-verse, had always been Earth-centric, giving people the impression that heroic spirits were an exclusive Earth creation, in reality, that was not the case. Heroic spirits transcended the limitations of planets, the world, and time, existing beyond everything else. Regardless of heroes from any parallel world, be it Earth or beyond, from the past, present, or future, whether real or fictional, imagined by people, they were all brought together in the Throne of Heroes. This Throne of Heroes was beyond the control and manipulation of entities like Gaia or Alea, known as the counter-force. At best, they could only make partial use of it. Hence, possessing a throne unique to the Empire is a significant achievement in breaking free from the constraints of the counter-force. Artorius acknowledged. "What kind of heroes will attend? It'd be best if there were some beautiful women," Artorius thought in his heart. Those gentle and caring big sisters would be perfect. Of course, young and lively girls would be nice too. I'm an all-embracing individual. Whether big sisters, teenage girls, or Lolas, I welcome them all. For the former, he could employ his Shota mode for a targeted approach. Teenage girls could use DILF mode. As for the Lolas, he could play the role of a gentle big brother in Eichmann mode or even use Shota mode by being their caring friend or childhood friend. In short, Artorius Pendragon, as the world's most formidable character when it came to dealing with the opposite sex, was like a super dreadnought warship equipped with 80 million different types of missiles, kinetic railguns, and beam weapons. He had an abundance of techniques to make them obedient and loyal, turning them into his own. And with this vast array of advantages, he could turn these summoned female servants into his followers and ultimately win everything. Although I'm here for a vacation, the Holy Grail War or whatever is not the main concern. But since there's a chance to win, who wants to lose? Artorius thought. As he pondered with a joyful smile, his good mood was interrupted by bad news. Tokyo-me summoned the King of Heroes. Yes. Confirmed Iri, the bearer of this news, perceiving Artorius's dissatisfaction towards Tokyo-me. Indeed, Tokyo-me had agreed to be his subject and join the Empire, however, he had summoned another ruler. How would that affect their relationship moving forward? Both Tokyo-me himself and the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, were now under the scrutiny of the Empire. From this point, it might be possible to conclude that Tokyo-me is not entirely loyal to the Empire. This then led to the principle of loyalty is not absolute, only absolute disloyalty, which suggested that Tokyo-me's entire family was on the brink of destruction. In this regard, it seemed that Lord Tosaka's wasn't intentional. Being a part of the three founding families, Iri didn't harbor any ill will towards Tokyo-me. Thus, she spoke on his behalf. He originally intended to summon Inkiju, but somehow ended up summoning the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Chains of Heaven, Inkiju. Fine. Perhaps it wasn't intentional. If it were someone else, Artorius might have considered it more, but since it was Tokyo-me, there was no need to overthink it. The Tosaka family had a history and was famous for mishaps. If I could manage to control Gilgamesh, no, I don't have enough time and energy for that right now. The key issue lies with the dead apostle and that rogue mage who escaped. During this period, the Empire had already contacted the Atlas Academy and attempted to get in touch with Zepia Eltnam Atlasia, the alchemist and director of the Atlas Academy, but they yielded no results. Given the circumstances, it could be concluded that this alchemist had defected and joined forces with dead apostles, rogue mages, or enemies of humanity. Although Artorius wasn't aware of his motives, once they captured him, it would be time to interrogate him with extreme measures. Right now, the Empire's priority was finding him, giving him a good thrashing, and bringing him to justice. Amidst the arrival of bad news, the good news wasn't entirely absent. As the car prepared to start departing, a slightly anxious and awkward woman appeared beside the vehicle. Bayzit. Artorius was mildly surprised and also somewhat cautious. Presently, he was maintaining the form of a 30-year-old emperor, and sat in the front passenger seat of the car, while Iri, serving as his maid, drove. According to protocol, Bayzit should have been in the second car. Furthermore, being the well-behaved child she was, Bayzit shouldn't have acted on her own. However, what happened next, with the sudden appearance and materialization of a person beside Bayzit surrounded by golden spiritual particles, explained why she behaved this way. Teacher Scathatch. As Artorius felt a hint of surprise, the car door on the passenger side opened. He was forcibly pulled out by Scathatch, who appeared rather assertive. Ignoring the surprised gazes around her and Artorius's bewildered expression, she boldly wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him deeply. What the hell? Artorius exclaimed in confusion inside his mind. Scathatch ignored everyone and just enjoyed the kiss. Iri and Bayzit. It's been so long, my foolish disciple. After the kiss, amidst Ilya's tearful exclamation of Scathatch said that joyfully. To be honest, from my timeline's perspective, we haven't seen each other for just a few days. Artorius responded. The Scathatch standing before him now was not the familiar Scathatch but rather the servant-fied version, another side of Scathatch. She was more bold and had a younger mental state. Unlike the slightly melancholic and indifferent Scathatch that Artorius first encountered, this version of her was the kind who could transform into a beast the next moment, push Artorius down, and ride him forcefully without anyone finding it surprising. Let's talk on the way, my foolish disciple. Scathatch looked at Artorius with a joyful gaze and said so, pushing him to the back seat and promptly taking her place beside him. What happened? Which time period is this version of Scathatch? As they drove, Artorius, who was once again teased by Scathatch, enjoyed the moment while pondering this question. As a divine spirit, she wouldn't die. But logically, shouldn't she have already obtained the puppet's body and be able to move in the real world as she please? An immortal existence combined with a free-moving body should allow Scathatch to continue her activities until now. Does this mean something went wrong halfway? Artorius contemplated this question and then received another piece of news. Galahad. What a great piece of news! In the car, upon learning that Rudolph had summoned someone and that someone turned out to be Galahad, Artorius was ecstatic. Galahad's sacrifice had always been a sorrow in Artorius's heart. He had many things he wanted to say to his friend. But whether in the past, present, or future, the chance of meeting Galahad again was incredibly slim. His sacrifice occurred before the establishment of the Empire. This meant, before the appearance of miraculous-like projects of the Throne of Empire, Galahad had already returned to the Throne of Heroes. In such circumstances, being able to encounter Galahad in this Holy Grail war is truly a miraculous occurrence. In this excitement, no one noticed, or rather, cared that Galahad's chest was too developed, and his buttocks were too rounded, or that there were differences in their gender. For a true knight, gender was never the point. Whether Galahad had flat breasts or large breasts, both were Galahad. Meanwhile, seeing Artorius's excited expression, Scathatch felt a tinge of jealousy. This Artorius must be the Artorius not long after defeating Lucius, right? I'll let you off the hook this time. At least for now, Scathatch was in a good mood upon meeting Artorius again at this moment. She didn't want to sour their relationship over some minor issues. But, if Artorius's behavior afterward remained the same, things might change. Because Galahad appeared as a servant, Artorius didn't show much emotional reaction when he learned about the identities of the other servants. When the clock tower summoned Iskandar, known as Alexander the Great, it didn't bother Artorius much. Although Iskandar's status was challenging, second only to Gilgamesh, Artorius had decided to treat them as allies of equal status in this Holy Grail war, not as subordinates. With this mindset, even if they were as headstrong and arrogant as Gilgamesh or as greedy and straightforward as Iskandar, it should be enough to keep them satisfied. That's what the Dragon Emperor thought. 2 troublesome fellows, 2 allies, and 1 enemy. That was Artorius's assessment of this 4th Holy Grail Wars situation. As for the last one, the fellow known as Shutundagi, it was difficult to judge by human standards due to her being inhuman and chaotic. Being a berserker with a wicked personality, it doesn't seem easy to handle. Artorius thought. Despite having memories from his past life and knowing that Shutundagi was likely just a mischievous lowly baba, so what? Compared to Galahad, it was just a minor issue. If we can use her, we'll make some use of her. If not, we'll eliminate her as quickly as possible. She's just a servant after all. Artorius thought with such an idea, as he disembarked the car, acting as the emperor and as the host. Before him stood an impressive sight, an enormous palace reminiscent of classical times, combining the best aspects of famous European palaces like the Palace of Versailles, Neuschwanstein Castle, and more, with modern enhancements. From design to decor and materials, everything is top-notch. Rudolph remarked with awe. It's thanks to your majesty that I can even enter this grand hotel. Don't belittle yourself, Major Rudolph. Artorius reassured him. With your talents, this is just the beginning. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Rudolph replied, bowing, while Artorius's gaze shifted to the girl next to him, seemingly dazed, wearing a form-fitting armor that accentuated her figure. No mistake, that aura, that feeling, it was none other than his long-awaited friend, Galahad. Even though Galahad turned into the girl he knew well, it didn't matter. She was still Galahad in his eyes. After the banquet, let's have a good talk. Artorius said to her with a gentle tone. Galahad still seemed confused, not fully grasping the situation. With Artorius's gentle gaze and voice calling out to her, her cheeks turned crimson. Presently, Artorius was in his mature, dependable uncle mode, Dilf. This mature and composed man perfectly matched the dual roles of father and lover, causing the girl to feel hot and overwhelmed with admiration. Seeing her adorable expression, a fleeting smile appeared on Artorius's lips. But for now, he put that thought aside. Go ahead, Galahad. Everyone is waiting. Okay. With Artorius's reminder, Galahad seemed to awaken from a dream and walked quickly with her master, Rudolph, into the central hall of the palace, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier. Meanwhile, the other accompanying personnel also left, including Ilya, who had come to join the fun but wasn't pleased with Artorius's interaction with Scathatch, as well as Bayzet, who was theoretically Scathika's master but had to walk separately with her servant. As for Karen, she was temporarily reduced to being Bayzet's accessory. Let's go as well, Scathatch said, holding Artorius's arm. As the others had already entered, Artorius, as the host, could finally make his entrance. As for Scathatch, she had changed into a beautiful open-back evening gown, adorned with high heels and diamond accessories. She now identified herself as Artorius's partner. Rounding it off, wasn't she practically the Empress of the Empire? Thinking like that, Scathatch smiled with delight. At the same time, in the banquet hall. Humph, the taste of this wine is acceptable. Even a lowly alchemist can occasionally produce something good. The king of heroes Gilgamesh made that remark as he lounged lazily at the dining table, surveying his surroundings. Servants and mages from the Ainsburn family, including Tokyomi's daughters, Ilya and Karen, were all quietly waiting at their respective tables. The main table was reserved for the masters and servants of the Holy Grail War. That restless pink-haired girl, and the muscular man who looks like a thief. And then, Gilgamesh's gaze flickered momentarily as he looked toward the intoxicated Shutundiji, who was already revealing a tipsy expression. Even a demon dares to attend this gathering. Disrespecting a king in this manner, if the host of this place doesn't provide a good reason for this. Gilgamesh exclaimed with disdain and irritation. In fact, it wasn't just him, whether it was Iskandar or Galahad, as heroes and humans, they had no favorable impression of Shutun, who was regarded as a monster and demon. The distance between their seats was evidence of that. Well, don't be too bothered, king of heroes. Iskandar, who had already tested the waters and exchanged identities through a series of banter, spoke like that toward Gilgamesh. Iskandar cheerfully munched on a large piece of steak, then continued, "Since our host has prepared such a good reception, it's only natural for us, as guests, to show a little goodwill. And you dare to start eating before the host arrives?" Waver retorted beside Iskandar, feeling both frustrated and even afraid to light a cigarette. He had tried his best to prevent Iskandar from doing so to avoid the wrath of the inquisitors, but unfortunately, he had failed. "Guhahaha, don't be so stingy, master!" Alexander exclaimed, happily patting Waver's shoulder. "The host has provided these dishes for us to enjoy. If we don't eat them, then what's the purpose? Everything in the heavens and earth, all treasures, belong to mine alone. Using my belongings to entertain me, what's there to be touched about?" Gilgamesh spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "Not punishing them already shows my benevolence." Guhahaha. Gilgamesh's words prompted a hearty laugh from the king of conquerors and made Galahad, who was nearby, even more uncomfortable. "All of them are strong servants it seems. Where on earth have I ended up? I can't even contact Chaldea, and Senpai is also not by my side, not to mention Fu." Feeling something familiar rolling in her arms, Galahad lowered her head and discovered the presence of a tiny white creature. Galahad. Her uneasy appearance prompted her master, Rudolph, to feel dissatisfied. "You are a great knight of the Grail, don't lose your edge in front of these people." But. The girl tried to explain her real identity subconsciously, but she couldn't find the right words. She could only console herself while hugging the unexpected Fu who followed her to this world. Meanwhile, whether aware of being isolated or completely unconcerned about it, Shutun merely enjoyed herself merrily. From the beginning, she maintained an indifferent and aloof demeanor. Apart from her initial self-introduction of "I am Shutundiji," she hadn't said a word. Fine wine, delicious food, and a group of extraordinary figures performing a comedy in front of her, the banquet was like a fascinating show. "Now, I feel better." Shutun turned her head and looked at her master, Tuko. "Seems like the Holy Grail War isn't such a bad thing after all." Hearing her words, Tuko shrugged with some helplessness. If she could, she would have preferred a loyal and obedient servant like a faithful dog. But when she decided to summon Shutun, she was already prepared for this kind of situation, wasn't she? Let's just hope it doesn't end too soon. As Shutun pondered and thought like that, suddenly, with the spotlight shining, accompanied by the presence of a dignified and beautiful woman, Artorius Pendragon, the Dragon Emperor, finally arrived ready to unite all the servants. The person playing the role of the master figure of the Dragon Emperor was not the mage killer, but the lady from the Ainsburn family, Iris Veal von Ainsburn, who followed behind him like a maid. Whether it was Iri or Scat Hatch, if they were placed outside, they would attract countless gazes and cause a sensation as stunning beauties. However, here, their radiance paled in the presence of the Dragon Emperor. No matter how charming a woman was, she could only play a supporting role. "Welcome." Artorius smiled. "I am Artorius Pendragon, and I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you." The disdain from the King of Heroes, the curiosity of the King of Conquerors, the uneasiness of Galahad, and the last one, the Oni Shutendigi, who stopped drinking and looked over with a tipsy gaze while revealing a sweet smile. That was the response of the servants after Artorius's opening statement. Chapter 135, Servant Alliance. Naturally, Artorius never expected that after a few words, everyone would instantly kneel and fawn over him. Unless they were his fervent fanatic or similar beings. The so-called faith, trust, and loyalty all human relationships needed self-awareness to be effective. Whether it was the humans themselves or society, among the servants present, besides Galahad, who would support him unconditionally, the others probably wouldn't. Today, let's temporarily forget our identities and the enmity of the Holy Grail War and just drink together. Artorius cheerfully said, "As the host, I extend my welcome and goodwill to everyone." "Goo-ha-ha-ha, you're quite the host, kid." The first to burst into laughter after Artorius spoke was Ryder. The boisterous Ryder, Iskandar, shouted, "Indeed, only a broad mind can win the admiration of heroes under your command. From that standpoint, you're definitely qualified, Dragon Emperor." Although he didn't appreciate being addressed so informally and judged for his actions, Artorius didn't object nor reject the compliment. He simply smiled and raised his cup in acknowledgement. "So, what do you think, King of Conquerors?" Artorius asked calmly. "If it's just eating and drinking, of course, it's no problem. But I feel your goal goes beyond that. Even among the heroic spirits, you, as the Dragon Emperor, are truly unique, a being above others." His eyes sparkled. "If it's only about eating and drinking, it would be far too dull, wouldn't it? Arrogantly considering yourself the master of this place. You make grand gestures, but deep down, you've already placed yourself above others." Meanwhile, Gilgamesh's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "You really are quite a bastard." Artorius's eyes gleamed with pleasure. Gilgamesh's appraisal brought a smile to his face. "Is that your honest opinion, King of Heroes?" "Of course, it's my honest opinion," Gilgamesh replied nonchalantly. But what he said next made Tokiomi wish he could die right there and then. "Also, the way you call me the King of Heroes makes me sick. If you dare to use that title again, I will spare no effort to cut you down." Ended. Not only am I doomed, but the Tosaka family is also finished. Hearing his own servant said that, Tokiomi's expression turned as if his most trusted disciple had betrayed him over and over, and he had reached the point of utter despair. "Perhaps it's time to use command spell," he thought. "Just use a command spell and order commit suicide, Archer. That way, at least my family will be spared. No, even if we survive, the Tosaka family will surely be ruined. I wonder if Edelfelt will be willing to adopt Sakura and Rin. And will Aoi marry again after my death? Shit." At the same time, Artorius paid no attention to the almost collapsing Tokiomi and continued to gaze with interest at Gilgamesh. Not the gentle and polite boyish Gilgamesh. Not the wise and mature King Gilgamesh who had come to understand sorrow. But the Chiyuni and arrogant Gilgamesh who even other versions of himself despised. He was just as troublesome as imagined. The reason why Gilgamesh said something like that, Artorius knew well. For others, King of Heroes was a title of respect. But when it came from the Dragon Emperor's mouth, it was a condescending term, almost like an address to a subject. Although, during Gilgamesh's era, the title of Emperor didn't exist. Regardless of Caesar, Augustus, Basileus, Shah, or Caliph, no title surpassing king had appeared. King was the highest rank of rulers. But as human society evolved, the size of nations grew, and the rulers' ambitions and arrogance increased. The title of emperor began to spread. And king naturally became devalued. Emperor was more prestigious than king. It was a universally acknowledged truth among all people. So, it was a matter of course, and it was self-evident that the dragon emperor was nobler than the king of heroes, something Gilgamesh, as the king, could never accept. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. At this, the other king, Iskandar, laughed heartily. He didn't mind being lower to the emperor rank. Although his formal title was King of Macedonia, probably only fools would see him that way. Both historians and ordinary people regarded his country as an empire, the Empire of Alexander, and him as the Emperor and Alexander the Great. Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, Indians judging purely by the territory he ruled, Iskandar was the ruler of the largest empire in the world at that time. King of conquerors, do you also want to be my enemy? As Gilgamesh looked at Iskandar with a gaze filled with hostility and disgust, Artorius chuckled lightly. Then, as he met Gilgamesh's gaze, he gently waved his finger. Everyone present, including Artorius's master waiting hundreds of kilometers away in Fuyuki city, who had no idea about the current situation, felt a change in Artorius's body, or rather, in his saint graph. Artorius's saint graph was transforming. From the unparalleled dragon emperor, the ruler of the world, and the master of humanity, he changed into the king of Britain. He used the dragon emperor privilege to alter his own saint graph, spirit origin. Now, can we have a proper talk? Artorius smiled warmly, king of heroes. Humph. After a light snort, Gilgamesh's face lit up with a pleased smile. The heart of a king is as vast as the sea, trivial matters naturally won't bother me. Oh! As he listened, Iskandar widened his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh as though he were some rare creature. Just a moment ago, he acted like he would fight Artorius to the death just because of a title. Yet now he was talking about the broad heart of a king. From Iskandar's perspective, it looked like a thick-skinned-faced king who wouldn't acknowledge mistakes. What was even more surprising was how shamelessly he said it, so natural and matter-of-fact, as if he genuinely believed it himself. Of course, that being said, since the king of heroes across from him has spoken, Iskandar, who considered himself not inferior to the other king, also spoke. Then let's talk, assassin. Iskandar gazed at Artorius. I'd rather talk with you than just eat and drink. As kings, as heroes from different eras, isn't it wonderful to fight or exchange ideas with each other? Talk. Artorius chuckled. In fact, I'd like everyone to rest for a while first, and visit famous landmarks and shopping districts. Let's take some time to relax before we get down to business. Really? Hearing Artorius say that, Galahad couldn't help but speak up, earning a strange look from Artorius. Why do you seem a bit eager for it? As a knight of the Round Table, shouldn't you be as much of a workaholic as Agravain? Did Galahad's spirit within not react to my presence? Artorius's gaze reminded Galahad of her workplace. The work they all endured there to preserve human order. She shivered involuntarily, then blushed and lowered her head. At the same time, the mischievous Oni with a sinister air laughed joyfully. Though she didn't say anything, she must have been delighted by Artorius's bribe. Although I'm not a useless person who only eats and drinks. Iskandar wasn't very pleased with Artorius's remark. Of course, enjoyment is worth pursuing, but I prefer the feeling of being on the battlefield more, King Artorius. Since Artorius willingly changed his own saint graph to the level of King of Britain, Iskandar naturally changed the way he addressed him. Artorius's voluntary act of changing his own saint graph not only heightened Gilgamesh's favorability towards him, but it probably increased Iskandar's favorability even more than Gilgamesh's. Then, let's get down to business, assassin. Iskandar's excitement rose, and you too, archer. Gathered here are the greatest rulers throughout history. Just this fact alone deserves a toast, don't you think? indeed. Artorius said calmly. Humph. Gilgamesh on the other side opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, most likely about how he's the sole true king in the world, while everyone else is just self-proclaimed clowns and mediocre mongrels. But before he could speak, he thought about Artorius's existence. So he just let out a snort. The three kings raised their cups, toasting each other as a gesture of mutual respect, and after the wine went down, Artorius spoke first. Everyone here who accepted my invitation must be curious about my intentions. He said lightly, but there's no need to rush, I will confess all my thoughts and everything openly without withholding anything. Firstly, I want to tell you all that I'm not interested in the Holy Grail. My attitude towards this so-called Holy Grail war was nothing more than a vacation from the very beginning. Hearing Artorius say this, the surrounding servants were either indifferent, lightly chuckling, or had long expected him to say that, so they remained unfazed. Only Galahad uttered a surprised "at," and looked at him with wide eyes, which made him frown slightly. She really lacks depth in wits and wisdom. From being the most excited and happiest to now, Artorius's favorability towards Galahad had dropped twice already, who knows how it will end up. The so-called Holy Grail War, theoretically, is a response to the summoning of heroic spirits by masters. They should be those who, in their lifetime, had regrets or unfinished business, which is why they are summoned. However, now, Artorius claimed that he was not interested in the Holy Grail and was just here for a vacation. Admittedly, the credibility of his statement wasn't high. But when considering his identity, after all, old man, you already have everything. On the other side, Shutton, the slightly tipsy Oni, chimed in and offered an explanation for Artorius. With such a vast empire and countless subjects, whether it's the army, officials, or bootlickers, as long as you give the order, you can get anything you want, even without the Holy Grail, right? You're not entirely wrong. Shutton's response surprised Artorius a bit, not because she spoke logically, but because she was willing to speak and address him so informally. Sure, he chose the mature, majestic king form to maintain his dignity and face among his to-be allies. But being called old man, isn't that more appropriate for addressing an elder? Of course, Artorius kept these surprised thoughts to himself and refrained from expressing them. That's really nice. Hearing Shutton's words, Iskandar gazed at Artorius with admiration. Gilgamesh clicked his tongue and said, he's just the king of mongrels on a mongrels heap. Humans are all mongrels, and even if you gather all the mongrels together, you'll only get a nation of mongrels. You don't have to be so harsh, Archer. Iskandar interjected, I think Assassin did a good job. He managed to unify the whole world. I couldn't do that even when I conquered India. If there were any other sarcastic individuals present, they would likely continue mocking the king of conquerors. It wasn't just a matter of not being able to conquer India. In the end, there was internal strife, his empire was divided into 4 or 5 parts, and even the Arjad dynasty fell. They couldn't even hold on to the original territories of the Macedonian kingdom. From a familial perspective, it was truly one of the worst outcomes. Fortunately, the people here are magnanimous. No one here is revealing Iskandar's secrets. On the other hand, Galahad, with her prominently protruding chest, widened her eyes once again, looking at Artorius with an incredulous gaze. Surprisingly, Mr. Assassin is a great man. This caused Artorius to lose some of his favorable impression of her. Although he had already realized that this girl wasn't truly his Galahad but another version from a parallel world that got fused with Galahad's spirit, she was still Galahad in his eyes. She should at least maintain some dignity and decorum. It seems that I need to educate this girl properly in the future. Can't let the name of Galahad be disgraced. Artorius made a resolve within himself. Then he continued, it appears that everyone believes my words. So let me tell you about my conditions and alliance. If you ally with me and assist me, you'll gain my support in the upcoming Holy Grail War, greatly increasing your chances of obtaining the Grail. So, it was your plan. Iskandar nodded in approval, quite an unexpected good condition. With this, you can at least garner some allies in the early stages of the Holy Grail War. Even I'm tempted. Unlike Iskandar, Gilgamesh responded differently. You're using my treasures to buy alliances? Are you trying to provoke me, you bastard? The Grail is not yours, forget I said anything. Iskandar wanted to retort but changed his mind. In contrast to the original story, this Iskandar wasn't aware of Gilgamesh's true identity. He only knew that the King of Heroes possessed the concept of gathering all the world's treasures into his treasury. Considering the concept of gathering all the world's treasures into his treasury, what he said isn't entirely wrong. This Grail is not yours, King of Heroes. Artorius reminded him. Regardless of its craftsmanship, the conditions of its appearance, time, location, or manner, it doesn't matter. All the world's past and present treasures belong to this king. In that case, let me rephrase. Artorius calmly addressed him. If it were someone else, Gilgamesh would have thrown his countless noble phantasms in anger. However, Artorius remained composed and calmly stated, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming the treasure that originally belonged to you. What do you think of that? You. Gilgamesh fell silent for a few seconds, then muttered, You're truly an extraordinary bastard. In a way, Gilgamesh saying these words was already a rare compliment. Indeed, only someone as ruthless as you could stand out amidst a heap of mongrels and become the king of mongrels. Say what you will. Artorius leaned back in his chair, adopting the most relaxed posture. This is the best bargaining chip I can offer. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Before Iskandar and Gilgamesh could speak up, Shutun, who was beside them, interjected once again. Can't you give us a little more explanation? You're condescendingly making polite offers, seeking to ally with us. What is the reason? It must be something even more important than the Holy Grail, right? Right. As always, Iskandar pretended to be clueless and dumb, and the outwardly rugged and bold Iskandar clapped his hands as though he'd just grasped what Artorius said. What is it exactly, King Artorius? You should at least tell us first, so we can make our choices, right? My request will never go against your beliefs. Artorius said without hesitation. Of course, I can be upfront about it, it's the vampires. The war between humans and vampires has reached a critical point. With a little more effort, we can make significant progress in the war against them. Those fellows have set their sights on the Holy Grail War. I'm not entirely sure about their specific goal, but whatever it is, we can't let them succeed. Vampires, the dead apostles, hey! Iskandar nodded. Dealing with those evildoers is indeed the task of a king. If that's the condition for forming an alliance, I have no objections. Mages can be ignored, we can just leave them be. But if it's those abominable creatures like dead apostles, then this king must exterminate them. Gilgamesh calmly stated, Of course, I have no intention of forming an alliance with anyone. Don't get me wrong, you mongrel. Well, if it's a war to protect the world, I'm willing to help too. After the two strongest servants generously and haughtily expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Artorius, Galahad, the shy and hesitant one, also raised her hand, stating that she wanted to help, but Artorius felt her strength was insufficient. I will train you well in this matter, Galahad. Artorius said without hesitation. Don't worry, I will make sure you live up to the name of Galahad. Oh okay. Artorius's words troubled the girl, her bangs covering one of her eyes, and though she had an awkward figure, she didn't realize it. Eventually, she nodded, indicating her understanding. Finally, it was Shutun's turn to speak. She said something similar to what she said earlier, which confused and puzzled Artorius to some extent. I don't care who the enemies are. Vampires, humans, demons, or whatever, it's none of my concern, but since it's old man's business, I'm willing to help. After all, I've always admired you, old man." As she spoke, Skuten with a tinge of flirtatiousness stuck out her pink tongue, licking her lips, as if she would be delighted to be taken away for private moments the next second. This made Gilgamesh frown. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Gilgamesh said decisively. "I can't stand this foul place for even a second." Humph! The next moment, he became ethereal, disappearing in a golden flash of light, leaving a message behind. "Don't bother me if there's nothing to do." "Just leaving like that? There are still so many delicious things here." Iskandar mumbled, but soon resumed his heroic demeanor and happily indulged in wine and food. It seemed that the atmosphere of the banquet became even better without Gilgamesh's foul-mouthed presence. After 2 or 3 cups of wine, the atmosphere became lively. Tokyo-mi, who had been anxiously worried about his family's fate and felt uneasy, was reassured by Artorius, who said, "Don't worry, Lord Tosaka. It's not your fault." This brought some relief to him. Galahad, who had been reserved earlier, also smiled and began to enjoy the feast. The only surprising thing was that her pet, Fu, had left her embrace and went over to Artorius. It was not a surprise, and he seemed quite skilled at patting Fu as if he was familiar with the pet. Everything seemed to go smoothly. Artorius was expecting a grand alliance of servants to come to fruition. Even the arrogant Gilgamesh showed some cooperative attitude. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, is it really this easy? Looking at Galahad, who became dizzy and lost in thought after drinking, Artorius couldn't help but wonder. Among all the servants, perhaps only this girl has no ulterior motives. Artorius's gaze swept across the room, one by one, the others. Iskandar, Galahad, Shutandiji, and finally settled on Scathatch, his teacher, sitting quietly beside him throughout the negotiation process, staying silent and maintaining a smile. She seemed to have no personal thoughts, acting as a faithful follower of the Dragon Emperor. But, is it really that simple? Artorius wondered. At the same time, Scathatch, who was being observed by Artorius, smiled gracefully. He responded with an equally bright smile, temporarily abandoning his thoughts. Watching this scene, all the attentive people present seemed to be deep in thought. The Persian dancer, veiled in a seductive dance, made everyone at the banquet smile happily. The valuable wine was consumed at an even faster rate as the banquet continued peacefully. Chapter 136, Saber Galahad. Surprisingly smooth, hey! It was that evening, and Artorius's self-proclaimed mother, X, was giving her assessment of the banquet. "You even managed to persuade the Golden Great Emperor Cosmo." "As expected of my son, he. Artorius almost interjected, his instinct urging him to clarify that the Goldie, Gilgamesh, wasn't who she thought. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Let this silly girl continue in her blissful ignorance, there was no need to overthink things. At the first day banquet, she was supposed to attend as well. However, her presence was nowhere to be found despite the search efforts. It was only when everyone dispersed at midnight that she appeared. She clung to Artorius, boasting about taking down a few more sabers. On the path to defeating sabers, incidental world-saving occurred, ancient empires were obliterated, alien invasions repelled, and even evil gods were sealed. She spoke as if it were nothing, and Artorius merely listened. "It's just the beginning," Artorius stated calmly. For this moment, his facade of the majestic emperor in the adult form was dropped, replaced by the attractive youth form that Artorius was most familiar with. "Gaining control over them isn't easy," he continued. True. Of course, I know that. But that can't stump you, right?" "Of course not," Artorius responded confidently. "But apart from that, there's another matter equally important," which I need to attend to. Equally important. In the eyes of X, her precious son came first, filling her belly second, and the pursuit of Saber and Artoria species was third. Beyond that, there was little truly important to focus on in her head. What might that be? The question lingered in her puzzled expression until the answer came the next day. Up. Down. Haven't you eaten? Tighten your ass. Who are you trying to seduce with that bouncing chest? Wrap your chest properly. Otherwise, I'll make you undergo surgery. Artorius, you're quite strict with Galahad, hey? X thought in a daze as she watched the spectacle. Given the building's ancient design and castle architecture of the hotel, there was naturally a training ground. It was adjacent to the entertainment area, where bowling lanes, tennis courts, and a large swimming pool resided. Artorius, having already made up his mind, took Galahad with her well-developed chest for training the next day. Under Artorius's torrential onslaught, Galahad's reactions were as follows. Eii. Kia. It wasn't working. After a few rounds, Galahad was left bruised by Artorius's blows, her sword and shield were sent flying, leaving her collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. What in the world is happening here? Why did I get pulled into this hellish training by a scary senpai right after I woke up? She felt a sense of injustice, tears forming in her eyes. Hicks. No crying aloud. Seeing Galahad on the verge of tears and about to burst into sobs, Artorius intervened in his typically forceful manner. Get up and continue training. Although he said that, observing her shaky legs as she struggled to stand, her scared gaze fixed on him, Artorius knew she was in bad shape. Continuing like this wouldn't yield results, it could only create psychological scars. So weak, this girl. As he pondered this, Artorius moved forward, reaching out to give a head pat on her head as she nervously attempted to curl up. Through the influence of his magical energy, her exhaustion and pain disappeared. This surprised and bewildered her, but regardless, her fear of Artorius decreased. So, how did you fight before? Artorius asked somewhat exasperatedly. Poor swordsmanship, unrefined footwork, insufficient speed, sluggish reactions. None of your techniques are any good. Given this, how did you even survive till now? I didn't. Don't try to evade. Artorius cut her off. Answer my question. I was. I understand now. Artorius nodded. I'll start training you from the basics. Prepare yourself, Sir Galahad. As he said that, Artorius put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, even if you're completely useless, I won't give up on you. After all, you're my dear friend. At the same time, inside one of the luxurious rooms in the Tokyo Grand Hotel, Iskandar smiled with delight in his assigned room. Guhahaha, this thing is indeed great, master. The room, spanning over 100 square meters, was nearly filled with all kinds of toys. There were various military-themed board game pieces, as well as deluxe collector's editions of real-time strategy and war strategy electronic games. Top-of-the-line gaming consoles and high-end computers were all present. For someone inclined towards this type of hobby, it would feel like they had entered paradise. Enjoy it. Waver said somewhat helplessly while thinking to himself, did you really anticipate that this would work, using these things to win over someone as great as Iskandar? Did you foresee this, Your Majesty? During the noon hours, newcomers joined the training ground. There lay Shutton, on her large floating gourd in midair, with a cheerful smile, seemed to view Artorius's training of Galahad as a form of entertainment. On the other side was Scathatch, now Artorius's assistant trainer. Wouldn't it be better to leave Galahad's training to me? Regarding Artorius's intent to personally teach Galahad, Scathatch raised this question. It's fine if it's someone else, but when it comes to Galahad, I must personally instruct her. Fine. As long as you're happy. After a few seconds of silence, Scathatch made this evaluation. She walked over to Shutton and poured herself a drink. Despite the casual manner, Shutton didn't mind at all. She just smiled blissfully with half-lidded eyes, occasionally shifting her posture. Do you think you're hiding it well? But after that, Scathatch leaned in close to Shutton's ear and whispered, not a single flaw. I have no idea what you're talking about, old Huggy. Shutton responded nonchalantly. Humph, do you even have the right to say that? Look at the mirror, old Huggy. Scathatch retorted. Although Shutton was much younger than Scathatch, Shutton herself was the kind of character that people wouldn't hesitate to call old hag, an authentic lowly baba. Age seemed to be a taboo for women, and apparently even for Oni. Dangerous gaze flickered in Shutton's eyes. Simultaneously, Skathika's hand tightened around her gi-balg. Beside them, their masters thought they were about to start a fight, but in the end, Scathatch and Shutton both stopped. Without exchanging glances or words, they focused their attention on Artorius and Galahad. Keep your arms straight, and this move goes like this. Artorius was busy correcting Galahad's stance and techniques. He reached out to adjust various parts of her body, ensuring her posture was perfect. Remember this well. Artorius said to her earnestly. Unfortunately, the teaching result was a disaster. He couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, Galahad stared at him with a resentful gaze. What should I do next to resolve this? Artorius pondered, but before he could come up with an answer, his phone in his pocket rang. Wait a moment, I need to take a call. After notifying Galahad, Artorius disappeared. The former let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. This Galahad really isn't cutting it. X said while watching them and frowned, rather than being a knight, it feels more suitable for her to be a pet concubine. She can't go to battle, just filling the harem, right? Poor thing. Artoria senpai. Hearing X's muttered words, Galahad cast a resentful glance, sending X into a fluster. Hey, what? What Artoria? You've got the wrong person, ha ha ha. I'm mysterious heroine X. Not the evil Artoria. Though tempted to retort, Galahad rolled her eyes, too tired both mentally and physically to speak. Meanwhile, at the top of the hotel's palace complex, standing on the pinnacle of the tower, overlooking the city by Gilgamesh's side, Artorius answered the phone. Sir Agravain, is that you? Tomu. I'm doing well, no need to worry. But how about you? I see. I don't hold it against you. You're right, it's been quite a task for you, Sir Agravain. That's correct. Let's go with that plan. The next steps are up to you as well. I'm counting on you, Sir Agravain. After ending the call, Artorius switched off his phone and casually put it back into his pocket. You're done talking with your loyal dog. Beside Artorius, came a voice. There, stood a golden figure. Who else if not Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh didn't turn his head, only calmly inquiring like, is the plan set? Have the troops been mobilized? Are the traps laid out? I'm looking forward to your show, evil dragon. There was a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. Just as arrogant as ever, as usual, it was easy to tell that the individual named Gilgamesh was quite the jerk. Pretty much, that's the idea. Artorius was equally unaffected. You have your part to play in this performance as well, Gilgamesh. I'm waiting for your performance too. Fahahaha. So bold, to consider me a top-tier actor in this drama, is that it? You really want to die, dragon? Perhaps, but not right now. With those words, Artorius disappeared without a trace. Once again, he appeared on the training ground, making Galahad, who had relaxed a bit, nervous once more. Take it easy. Artorius spoke gently to her. Just now, I thought about it a bit. Although your talents are lacking, your skill is limited, your abilities are insufficient, and your confidence is low, it's not entirely your fault. Am I really that terrible? Artorius's series of remarks hit Galahad quite hard. However, there's a way to make you stronger in the shortest time. Really? Though Artorius's training had left her in a disheveled state, the prospect of becoming stronger excited her. Of course it's true. Artorius sounded light-hearted. I wouldn't lie to you, Sir Galahad, so, just be a little patient. Patient. The next moment, amidst the amazed exclamations of Scathatch nearby, as well as Karen who had come over to join in the excitement, Galahad was bound by Artorius's magecraft. What is this, ugh. The next moment, even her ability to protest was taken away. Treated like a puppet by Artorius, not like the casual touch and fiddling during training before, but with direct control over every aspect of her body and mind from the inside out. Something's entered. It's inside me, fear, confusion, unease, and even an inexplicable sense of pleasure. As Artorius channeled his magical energy, through his Dragon Emperor's privilege into Galahad, an unexpected and miraculous change occurred. Can this really be? Is this even possible? Too ridiculous, isn't it? Kukuku, truly a splendid old man. Amidst Galahad's confusion about what exactly was happening, the onlookers around them erupted in astonishment. Because they were witnessing a miracle. The Saint Graph of Galahad was modified. In just an instant, the Saint Graph of Shielder underwent a transformation that defied reason due to the X-ranked Dragon Emperor privilege and the boundless magical energy of the third magic, changing her into a saber. The shield of the servant, Galahad, quickly shrank to the size of a one-handed shield. Simultaneously, a holy sword appeared at her waist, with a crimson hilt and a pure white blade named Frostfire Requiem. A holy sword from the fusion of Galahad's original noble phantasm crimson-hilted sword and the power of Artorius. T/N, the mysterious and unnamed crimson-hilted sword of Galahad alters in Fate/Requiem if I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, Galahad's armor, once known for its modest yet sensual appearance, rapidly transformed into something more angular, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its defensive capabilities improved significantly, but it became heavier, more majestic, and more imposing, a full-body plate armor. And so, Saber Galahad took the stage in all her glory. Having completed the modification of Saint Graph, Artorius nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his power. At the same time, Galahad blushed and fell to the ground again. Though it had only been a fleeting moment, the sensation of their spirits intertwining was imprinted deeply within her soul, a pleasure that lingered. With this, the parameter has been strengthened, and the retained skills have been modified. As long as you adapt and train well, you can become a true knight worthy of Galahad's name, right? Confronted with the irrationality of the Dragon Emperor, Galahad finally snapped and couldn't hold back anymore. I keep saying, I am not Galahad. She couldn't help but exclaim, my name is Mash Kyrie Light. I am a demi-servant of Chaldea. I know that girl, but where does your Saint Graph come from? Galahad. Mash instinctively answered Artorius's question, then immediately froze. Well, that settles it. He looked earnestly at her. So, Mash, what gave you the misconception that you are more important to me than Galahad? Why do you think I always called you Galahad? From my perspective and position, how should I view the you that has become a fusion of existence known as Mash and Galahad? Artorius raised Galahad's chin, or rather, Mash's chin. Her cheeks flushed once more due to his playful demeanor. He whispered near her ear, saying, present yourself well and work hard. Be it your identity, status, or reputation, if you want me to acknowledge you as Mash and see you that way, you must earn everything for yourself, girl. Then, he turned and left without hesitation. Old man, you're so heartless. You basically making that poor girl stupefied. Shutton, the onlooker, casually commented. Mind your own business, Oni. Artorius calmly responded, also, stop calling me old man. Era? How should I address you then? Shutton asked playfully, Your Majesty, Master, Lord, or maybe Darling. This time, Artorius didn't reply. He just quirked the corner of his mouth, leaving Shutton with a meaningfully ambiguous smile. Ah! The saber class increased again. Artorius, what are you up to? Amidst the sounds of distress from X, everyone present felt that Artorius's mood had taken a turn for the worse after that phone call. Who made that call, and what did they say, I wonder? Scathatch muttered curiously as she gazed at the departed figure of Artorius. I can kind of understand why you called him old man. Scathatch turned her head to address Shutton, who was lying flat on a gourd once more, exposing her belly and legs, but don't get it wrong, Oni, or you'll have an ugly death. Kukuku, scary Shutton responded with a laugh. Though she said that, there was not a hint of fear on Shutton's face. Chapter 137, Servants of Evil. The day continued and remained lively, whether it was the living or the spirits, the masters or the servants. Fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and entertainment schedules were in abundance. Everything was well arranged, and the atmosphere felt delightful. However, it was already the second day since the summoning of the servants. No enemies, no battles, and nothing at all. Could this truly be considered a Holy Grail war? Some were puzzled, some uneasy, while others remained indifferent. Certain individuals were preparing to inquire of those who might hold the truth. For example, there's Kotomine Kyrie, the servant believed by some to be a mage. This is quite extraordinary. Facing his master, Kyrie spoke calmly, one might say, truly worthy of Dragon Emperor? To have recruited even those ancient heroes under his banner. It was a bit of a misstep, wasn't it? Kyrie swirled his red wine with a touch of sarcasm. My surprise attack only drew the opponent's attention, master. Now there are 6 servants amassed on the other side. No matter how you think about it, we can't win. So, what's the next move? Should we just give up, or futilely struggle on? Even if they were partners, even if he was his so-called master, Kyrie wouldn't hesitate to mock his master when he was in a predicament. Don't be so shallow, Kyrie. What surprised Kyrie was that even in such dire circumstances, his master still seemed completely unconcerned and untroubled. Everything is within my plan. Everything? Including what I just mentioned. Of course. Turning his head, he looked at Kyrie. Do you think that the Dragon Emperor having gathered all the servants would guarantee victory? You're mistaken. Fortresses are always breached from the inside. Would those servants willingly allow themselves to be used? If the enemies were us all, I believe most of the servants would. Ha ha ha. If we were truly so powerful that not uniting against us would be disastrous, then yes, they certainly would. What slightly surprised Kyrie was that his master admitted to his point. I see, so because we're weak, we're underestimated, seen as insignificant. So they can't form that kind of unity. Is this also part of your plan? Exactly. Kyrie's master's voice grew louder, more resonant, and more joyful. The servants, the heroes who have gathered throughout history, which one among them is ordinary? And which one would willingly be controlled by the Dragon Emperor? Some of them might envy him. Meanwhile, as Kyrie's master spoke those words, in another location atop a building, Gilgamesh tilted his head and gazed at the moon in the sky. All of my subjects are dead. Gilgamesh thought to himself, and yet, his subjects have survived. Their bloodline continues to this day. Bastard! Of course, Gilgamesh would never admit that he felt a sense of envy to Artorius. Both were people from the age of gods, both hailing from godly lands. However, his people were annihilated, and his nation was destroyed, while Artorius's, on the other hand, has endured to this day. Don't care about the reason, don't care about the process, don't ask for the rationale. Simply look at it from the standpoint of results. There's only one conclusion. The Dragon Emperor is stronger than him, more excellent, more successful, and superior. Simply thinking about it that way, the poison called envy would spread in his heart. Perhaps the young and innocent Gilgamesh wouldn't mind. Perhaps the old and mature Gilgamesh who has seen through everything wouldn't mind. But the Gilgamesh who was caught in the middle of them, the proud, arrogant, believing himself peerless, with an extreme and sensitive personality. He cared deeply. Some people, however, have desires that are too intense. Kaire's master continued. In a certain room, Iskandar set down the game controller in his hand. As expected, it's not enough. He mumbled to himself, compared to games and such, only the true battlefield can satisfy me. War, conquest, defeating enemies, plundering, bringing everything under my control, galloping between battlefields. That's what it means to be a true man. And now, the one who holds dominion over everything is that man. The face of Dragon Emperor Artorius flashed before him. What I must do is stir up a new storm and seize everything from the rulers who currently control the world. As for this alliance, united we stand, divided we fall. Serving the strong to subjugate the weak and strengthen oneself. Or uniting the weak to overthrow the strong and feast on their spoils. In stark contrast to his rugged appearance and muscle-head attitude, the overarching view of the king of conquerors was sophisticated. His strategic vision and craftiness were unparalleled. Relying solely on battle tactics and warfare wouldn't lead to constant victory. At times, behind-the-scenes manipulation, verbal disputes, schemes, and chaos were more effective than armies. Some people feel discontented or unjustly treated. Kaire's master continued. Why is this happening? Submerged in a bathtub, Mash clutched her own legs, curling up into a ball and grumbling. Summoned here for no reason. Treated roughly, then treated gently, and then treated as someone else. What's all this about? Fu nearby, Fu happily paddled in a doggy paddle style. It would be nice to be like you, carefree and worry-free. So lucky. Mash muttered that way as she watched Fu. She was slightly envious. I really want to go back to Chaldea. I wonder how Senpai and the others are doing, can they find me? Should I continue training tomorrow? Dealing with that ruthless Senpai and his experiments on my body. Some people hold unrealistic expectations of him. Kaire's master continued. In the room of Shutendaji and Ayazaki Tuko. So, you've met the Dragon Emperor earlier? Tuko inquired the Oni. Not really. Although I've heard about him in the Throne of Heroes, this is the first time we've met. Then. Tuko seemed a bit curious. The gorgeous and attractive boy form of Artorius was undoubtedly a hot topic for them. However, Tuko's attitude towards him was clearly different from Shuten's playful or flirtatious demeanor toward the usual pretty boy. Tuko's attitude towards Artorius, the Dragon Emperor, was one of respect. Beyond respect, there was resentment and anticipation. It seemed she anticipated the Dragon Emperor's attention and expected him to grant her something. Tuko wanted to ask again, but then she closed her mouth. Because even if she asked, this Oni wouldn't answer her, at least not seriously. Ignoring her own master, Shuten closed her eyes and thought with delight. When unrealistic expectations can't be met, one will crumble. Same taste, same sensation, same majesty. That warmth and aura, just like him. Artorius Pendragon. This is truly awesome. This Holy Grail war, could this be what I truly want? Phew. Well, when described like this, it's certainly not wrong. The other, perhaps might have some disagreements with the Dragon Emperor. Kaire's master continued. In the palace, after coaxing Artorius finally had an opportunity to visit Scathika's room. Inside her room, he finally had the chance to ask a question. "Teacher, why did you become a heroic spirit?" It would be understandable if Scathatch were like in the original, merely crafting a saint graph to pass the time in the land of shadows. But Artorius could clearly sense her situation. She wasn't being trapped in the land of shadows, nor departing from it to manifest as an empire's heroic spirit. She was a genuine, the most normal, and accurate form of a servant. Derived from the throne of heroes. Summoned to this world, the aspect of a heroic spirit, a lancer class. This might be ordinary for most heroic spirits, but for Scathatch, who had already become a divine spirit, normality had turned into an anomaly. I thought you wouldn't ask this question." Scathatch calmly addressed Artorius. Then, looking into his eyes, she answered word by word. "Because I died." She said, "I died, and then became a heroic spirit. It's as simple as that." The next moment, before Scathatch could put on a tough facade, Artorius instantly embraced her directly. "Teacher." He held Scathatch tightly. "I'm sorry. You foolish disciple." After a brief silence, Scathatch gently responded to Artorius's words. "Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong." As she spoke, Scathatch also gently responded to Artorius's embrace, softly stroking his hair. Any traces of resentment and dissatisfaction that had arisen due to his prior lack of attention on her dissipated at this moment. We can even anticipate that some of them are just uncontrollable idiots. Simply causing trouble for others. They might even explode on their own without anyone caring. Kaire's master continued. Achoo! In X's room, the so-called mysterious heroine X, who seemed to be tinkering with various mechanical components, suddenly sneezed loudly. She had been diligently trying to create something related to the servant universe, and now she suspiciously looked around. "I felt like someone was talking behind my back just now. Is it an evil god? Evil god of Artoria species? Where? Talking back and forth, everything is just your imagination." After his master finished speaking, Kaire said those words and his smile turned increasingly ironic. "Fantasizing that enemies will fall into chaos for various reasons and start killing each other, that's probably a dream only the lowest caliber strategists would have." "I see, so that's how you see it." Kaire's master replied calmly. "Is there something wrong with that?" "Of course there is, but I don't bother arguing with you. Come with me, Kaire." "Where?" Though he said that, Kaire still stood up. After all, the man in front of him was still his master, so he had to show basic respect. Thus, he followed behind, advancing deeper into the basement. Kaire had tried to peer into this place before but without any results. Forcing his way in probably wouldn't end well. So even though he was curious, he had held back until now. Was it to reassure him or to show off? Kaire couldn't tell what his master was thinking. All he knew was that his doubts could be resolved soon. The downward spiral staircase seemed endless. Besides the sound of shoes hitting the stone floor, there was nothing else around. In this stifling atmosphere, Kaire's master spoke again. "Kaire, you should understand better than anyone what a servant is. A servant is a facet of a heroic spirit." Kaire said calmly. "It's an entity formed when a sliver of consciousness is projected from the heroic spirit seated in the throne of heroes, based on their legends and life experiences, and created according to the records of the throne of heroes." "Yes, so you've probably heard of the throne of empire, haven't you?" "I've heard a bit." Kaire spoke calmly. For those who were involved in the world of magecraft, the throne of empire was too famous. It stood as the empire's proudest marvel, a symbol they could flaunt unabashedly, declaring this world is ours. It represented the empire's power, the most crucial instrument of control over the world. It was an imitation of the throne of heroes. However, when compared to the multiverse and the universe-spanning concept of the throne of heroes that encompassed all heroes from the past, present, future, parallel worlds, and both Earth and beyond, the throne of Empire fell short by a considerable margin. It did not encompass other parallel worlds or planets beyond Earth. It was merely a throne on the scale of a planet. Yet, for those living on this planet, it's already a tremendous achievement. Kaire's master spoke calmly and continued. With the acquisition of the throne, the Empire's rule over the Earth became unbreakable. They possessed nearly inexhaustible manpower, the finest warriors at their disposal. The Empire could recklessly deploy their vast armies as they pleased, causing significant harm. Since the emergence of the throne of Empire that's considered as a miracle surpassing magecraft, the war between the Empire and the vampires has essentially reached an undeniable conclusion. Vampires might win 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even 1,000,000 times, but when confronted with the Empire's boundless manpower, all the victories of the vampires became meaningless. It was not surprising for the vampires to be defeated. Whether true ancestors, dead apostles, or any other various vampires, they all lost their chances. Human order became secure. Humanity's victory turned into a theorem. The dominance over the Earth by humanity became an unquestioned fact. That's why you're staking everything hoping to rewrite history through this Holy Grail war by killing the Dragon Emperor. In this era, no matter how hard you strive, you're no match for the Empire. And this is also because you know the truth of his summoning, right? Kaire suddenly came to a realization. Yes, based on intelligence from our informant, I am aware that the Dragon Emperor is indeed a genuine one, summoned from the past. However, your reasoning is not entirely accurate. Speaking thus, the master and servant stopped behind a door. Unlike the metallic door leading downward into a tunnel, or the opulent doors of a nightclub, this door had a futuristic touch, requiring iris recognition. Kaire, what are your thoughts on the magecraft of vampires? Standing before the grand door, Kaire's master calmly inquired. Very strong. Kaire answered, of course, this assessment excludes the Empire. Undoubtedly, vampires possessed power surpassing that of typical humans. Moreover, many talented mages, in their pursuit of eternal life, transformed themselves into dead apostles. From this perspective, the magecraft's strength of vampires on this planet was by no means weak. Then, what about the resources we have control over before the Empire completely crushes us? Plenty. Kaire's response remained succinct. As their conversation unfolded, the verification process at the grand door had already concluded. Iris scans, fingerprints, passwords, passcodes. After layers of authentication, the doors finally opened. The smell of blood, a tinge of darkness, fear, evil, and chaos, all rushed forth instantly. Even Kaire, who had lost his humanity and was akin to a beast of pleasure, couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback by this tumultuous mess. Following closely was an intense ecstasy and euphoria. So, amidst Kaire's excited trembling, his master continued to speak calmly. Given our strong magecraft capabilities and abundant resources, not to mention that the Empire has provided us with ideas, we could even acquire some intelligence through certain secret methods. While we lack the core, it's still better than starting from scratch. Why shouldn't we achieve what the Empire can? Isn't that right, Kaire? Because no heroic spirit would respond to the calls of you vampire scum. Kaire, his smile contorted by vibrancy, replied without hesitation. Immediately after, Kaire's head was seized by something. It was inhuman, peculiar, and bizarre claws. The claws gripped his head tightly and forced him to face their owner, who was his master. Despite Kaire being a servant, he found himself almost powerless before his master. Some will. Kaire's master said as he forced Kaire to meet his gaze face to face. The same contorted, excited, and delighted smile adorned the face of Kaire's master. The master figure, whose identity was that of an ancestor of the dead apostles, said with glee. Some will indeed respond to our summoning. And they are like you, having completely abandoned their humanity, fully transforming into peculiar beasts, scum, and heretics. They won't care about our identity as vampires, they will answer our call since their alignment is chaotic evil. Once we add mad enhancement as well as the blackening attribute to their saint graphs and enhance these two attributes, we shall have our own servants. He carried Kyrie out, then turned Kyrie's head to make him look at one side of the room. All of them are just like you, fallen, insane, irredeemable beasts. Your comrades, Kyrie. There were 6 figures present. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Berserker, Caster, along with Kyrie as assassin, 7 in total. These were the 7 servants of evil summoned by the vampires. Ignoring the almost bursting pain in his skull, Kyrie laughed heartily in delight while his master tossed him aside carelessly. Kyrie's master raised his hands high, proclaiming loudly, "Rejoice, you bunch of wretches! The era of vampires is about to dawn." Chapter 138, Incidents. Tokyo Tower fell down, fell down, fell down. Tokyo Tower fell down, fell down. In a narrow alley at night, a tipsy white-collar worker sang a tuneless song. After work, he had to go to a pub with colleagues for social activities, draining the last bit of energy. The annoying aspects of the Japanese work culture were evident. Of course, as a salaryman, having been prepared well, even if exhausted, he still had to put on a happy face and go to work the next day as if nothing happened. It'd be great if the empire ruled here. I heard that their labor laws are thoroughly enforced, no need to worry about being bullied, and you can't be fired easily. Mumbling this, the white-collar worker suddenly felt nauseous and began vomiting by the roadside. How disappointing! After vomiting for who knows how long, he heard a voice nearby, clearly filled with disgust. Food like him must not taste good. The white-collar worker looked up in confusion and saw a girl with a sensual and provocative outfit, looking like a rebellious girl, or maybe a streetwalker, or even a Chiyunibu. The white-collar worker just stared in confusion. "Want to have a go?" the girl suddenly said. He couldn't help but feel lust. Perhaps letting off steam might improve his mood. With that thought, the white-collar worker was pulled by the girl and walked into the alley. After a series of teeth-grating creaks noises, the satisfied girl left the alley, and the worker never emerged again. From today on, he didn't need to worry about work, getting fired, or anything of the sort. Such incidents continued to unfold in the Tokyo nights. Aside from hunting for food, senseless killings were just as frequent, if not more so. For pleasure, for revenge, or simply out of meaningless desires. In an instant, hundreds, thousands, and even more people were fallen in Tokyo. The vampires who wore joyful smiles reveled in their pleasure, while those who displayed delighted expressions reveled in slaughter. Once suppressed by the might of the empire, they, who had been nearly incapable of fighting back, now swarmed forth in full force. Under the cover of the night, an unparalleled panic spread throughout the city like a plague. The next day in daylight. This feels awful. Watching the news on TV continuously reporting various violent incidents, servants and masters in the hotel had heavy expressions. Are these enemies causing trouble? We can't just ignore it. Humph. For once, X didn't exclaim something like it's evil Artoria's conspiracy. But, she seriously pondered with a frown. Since she often appeared silly and dumb, her serious behavior right now felt unusual. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, looked indifferent, surprisingly not making any sarcastic or arrogant remarks as always. Shutton's situation was quite similar as well. However, she offered her help proactively and even said, "If my lord wishes it, I can go exterminate these pests." As everyone watched the news in silence, Rudolph spoke. "I apologize deeply, Your Majesty. As an imperial liaison officer communicating between the Empire and Artorius, Rudolf felt under pressure. The Imperial Mystery Bureau has deployed many personnel. Can you ensure that things like last night won't happen again? Artorius said calmly. That. Do your best. Seeing Rudolf's distressed face, Artorius didn't press him. After all, he was just a major. It wasn't his responsibility to handle such matters. So, you've arrested quite a number of vampire criminals, right? Yes. Hearing the Emperor ask, Rudolf breathed a sigh of relief. We've apprehended many of them. Then the intelligence. Iskandar suddenly chimed in before Artorius could continue his questioning. Since so many are captured, can't you torture them to reveal their hideouts? They're not human anyway, a little violence won't matter. That. Rudolf glanced at Artorius first. After confirming the Emperor had no objections, he answered Iskandar with a forced smile, those captured. Iskandar raised an eyebrow. The moment they were captured, they were all died. Rudolf continued. Artorius nodded. Have you tried using magecraft to extract their memories? Their memories were also destroyed. Rudolf clenched his teeth in response, followed by another wave of silence. Although it wasn't his fault, speaking of such failure and frustration from his own mouth made it incredibly uncomfortable, even difficult to accept. So, what then? Are we just going to let this slide? Iskandar exclaimed to Artorius, his voice raised. You gathered us here to deal with the vampires, right? And now that they've caused a ruckus, we can't even strike back. All the enemies were captured, but they died instantly. Rudolf defended, but Iskandar was indifferent and paid him no heed at all. The intent of the King of Conquerors was clear. In a conversation between rulers, the subject should obediently shut up. How much information do we currently possess? Artorius gestured to Iskandar to calm down, then turned his gaze back to Rudolf. Rudolf still struggled to find his words. It was expected. In the first place, if the Empire had the intelligence, today's events might not happened. What incompetence, your subordinates! Do you think you can protect your empire with such mongrels? Don't make me laugh. Seeing Rudolf at a loss for words, Gilgamesh, as usual, began to speak provocatively. Afterward, he stood up and walked away. Where are you off to, King of Heroes? Iskandar asked curiously. Just going for a stroll, a breath of fresh air. Gilgamesh replied in a casual tone. Can you be a bit more specific? How I act is my business. Since when did I need to report to you? With those words, the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, disappeared. Well, that might be a solution too, King Artorius. Iskandar turned back, looking at Artorius. We might as well split up. Since your people can't find the enemy's hideout, we can lend a hand. The Empire's intelligence network is top-notch. Hearing Iskandar's words, Rudolf restrained his displeasure and retorted, if even we can't locate them, inexperienced individuals will likely struggle even more. In any case, it's better than sitting here doing nothing. As Iskandar spoke, he stood up. All right, Master, let's get moving too. Oi! Though Waver wanted to protest loudly, before he could, he was lifted by Iskandar and thrown over his shoulder. Let's go. Ga put me down. Feeling like a woman abducted by a savage, Waver protested loudly and struggled vigorously, which actually made the situation even more like that. Chapter 139, Fall Apart. So, what's the plan, my lord? Floating atop a large sake gourd, Shutton moved over to Artorius and half-jokingly, half-seriously said, Do you want me to help? I'm not asking for much, just a little chat with you. Artorius didn't respond to her question. He remained calm and silent. The same was true for Mash and Scathatch on the other side. They're starting to fall apart. From the sidelines, Karen watched the whole scene with cold eyes. But that's no surprise. Whether it's Gilgamesh or Iskandar, they're both proud kings and can't be tamed. On the other hand, Skathatch, Galahad, and even Shutendaji have all joined His Majesty's forces, submitting instinctively to his authority and leaning toward him. Still, even if you combine the three of them, they probably can't match the might of Iskandar or Gilgamesh. Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? Karen, who had failed another night ambush on Artorius last night, asked and looked curiously at him. Your Majesty, should we take any action on those two servants? Observing the disrespectful behavior of those two women towards the Emperor, Rudolph's expression turned exceedingly grim. He couldn't help but inquire with a hint of impatience. Follow them, without being detected. To Rudolph's astonishment, Artorius actually gave him an order. Your Majesty, you might not be able to spot the unseen enemies, but they might come to you willingly. Artorius calmly stated. Listening to the Dragon Emperor, Rudolph opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. He simply bowed and withdrew, his expression remaining thoughtful. The strategy of the Empire's servant alliance had undergone a change. Apart from Mash, who remained in the hotel's training grounds receiving Artorius's education of love day and night, the other four servants Lancer, Archer, Rider, and Berserker have all been dispatched to scout the world for intelligence. Naturally, there were also the Imperial assassins trailing behind them. Though in terms of reputation, assassins-class servants carried the weight of this profession, the Imperial assassins can unabashedly declare to them old-timers, you've become outdated. After undergoing the Empire's rigorous training, modification, armed equipment, and strengthening, each Imperial assassin was a humanoid weapon. For someone such as Emi Yakiritsugu, an Imperial assassin could take on around 20 of him without catching a breath. Even the servants couldn't detect these Imperial assassins, whose presence was concealed to a degree comparable to an A-ranked presence concealment of an assassin-class servant. As a result, the Imperial assassins have been providing very intriguing intelligence. Some information made one doubt, others cast a dark shadow over one's face, and then there was the interesting information that made one want to question these servants. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days the situation had not improved at all. In fact, it got worse. Everything has gone as I expected. It seems your mockery from before was completely off the mark, Kyrie. Still in the same place, the secret hideout of the vampires, Kyrie's master was in a cheerful mood. He couldn't help it, because everything had turned out just as he predicted. That arrogant and conceited dragon is finally facing the consequences, hey? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it this way, the haze and gloom that had been suppressed by Artorius for 1500 years vanished. In their place surged uncontrollable joy and a nearly frenzied interest. Some servants on the Empire's side accepted his proposal. They were willing to engage in a splendid and dazzling rebellion. Although there were some hiccups along the way. Although those servants hesitated at first. But in the end, things have gone just as he thought. Most of them are probably spies. Despite being lectured by his master, Kyrie's face remained calm. I'm afraid some of them are feigning belief in your plan. Of course, but as long as the two most important servants are willing to cooperate, the other two are just extra. Besides, we won't take the lead. Let them tear each other apart first. It will reduce our losses and prove their sincerity in working with us. Suit yourself. Seeing his overly confident master, Kyrie refrained from saying anything extra. He was certain that even if he did speak reason, his master wouldn't listen. So be it. As a servant, all he needed to do was keep fighting, keep killing, and continue to revel in it. It didn't matter who ultimately got destroyed. Whether it was the Dragon Emperor, or his current master, the self-proclaimed king of the dead apostles named Trhvmn Orden Ross. If they can both perish, that would be ideal. Kyrie exudes more malice with delight. At the same time, as if capturing this malice, his surroundings, his companions respond with equally malicious and fierce laughter. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Let's ignite this city with the flames of revenge. Dragon Emperor Artorius Pendragon. Only this man, only this man, only this man. He must die, he must die, he must die. Whether it's one or two, it's like they've all gone totally crazy, with nothing but chaos filling their minds. Watching the foolish servants around him, Kyrie thought to himself, rather than calling them a bunch of evil heroic spirits, it's more like a gang of lunatics. But then again, I don't really have the right to say that, because I'm one of these lunatics too. Amidst the maniacal laughter, black clouds shroud the sky, isolating Tokyo and other parts of the real world, turning the entire city into an isolated island. The Empire's formidable, unparalleled, almost infinite power can't be fully mobilized at this moment. In Tokyo, a megacity inhabited by over 30 million people, the forces of evil and chaos momentarily overwhelm justice and order. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. If we can't kill the evil Dragon Emperor here, then everything we've done is meaningless. So, let's dance to our heart's content. Destroy, kill, plunder. Spread fear to every corner of the city, because we no longer need to hide. Amidst joyful and mad laughter, the vampires, the rogue mages, and all the forces opposing the Empire spring into action. Trhvmn Orton Ross, known as the White Wing Lord and the King of the Dead Apostle, one of the last few remaining ancestors among the 27 dead Apostle ancestors, unleashed all the chaos and evil he had amassed over the years. All the chaos and evil surged towards the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 140, The Beginning of the War. Completely paralyzing a city, how long does it take? As it turns out, just a moment. In an instant, all power supplies were cut off in the dark of night. With the complete descent of darkness, Tokyo fell into utter chaos. The slaughter of vampires and rogue mages, even werewolves and ghouls, all the creatures lurking in the darkness emerged and were mercilessly slaughtering people. Amidst this darkness and chaos, of course, there was still a glimmer of light. Aside from the buildings that got lit up like torches, there were still the Empire's warriors, mages, alchemists, knights, and soldiers who remained on duty. There were also local military and police officers. Though they didn't have many roles, while most people chose to escape and retreat like ordinary people, a few brave souls still mustered courage and challenged the forces of evil. Of course, it had no effect. Whether it was regular handguns, fists, riot batons, or anything else, none of it had any impact on the dead. T/N, the dead are known as the familiars of the dead apostles. Amidst the Empire's fervent peak of its technology and magecraft prowess, the dead apostles were also advancing. Their basic combat weapons of mass reproduction from the original timeline, the dead, had been magically altered into something unrecognizable. That thing looks like a tyrant. Standing at the top of the palace, X remarked enthusiastically with Artorius by her side. Even though the internal logic and tech trees are completely different, they still look quite similar. Oh, and there's a licker over there and a hunter. Could there be something like Alice too? No Alice, but Artorius did indeed spot a big figure with a black outfit. What was its name again? Vow? Nemesis? Anyway, it was not important, not worth remembering the name. Amidst this variety of monsters that replaced the dead, as they roamed the streets and wreaked havoc, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered by the Empire's elite warriors descending from the sky, known as the Dragon Angels, equipped with individual magic propulsion engines and various powerful weapons like energy swords, and magic bullet machine guns. In just an instant, these monsters, which had covered an entire street like a grotesque, seething pool of flesh, were reduced to ashes by the Dragon Angels. Surprisingly not bad. X's evaluation remained enthusiastic. After the White Wing Lord decided to launch a revenge war against the Dragon Emperor from behind the scenes, all sorts of sinister beings sprang into action. In response, all of the Empire's defense mechanisms were activated as well. Hundreds of dragon angels, numerous bounded fields, autonomous magic turrets, missiles, and mechanical puppet soldiers turned the entire hotel into a fearsome fortress in an instant. Your Majesty, rest assured. Rudolph, acted as the commander, confidently and wholeheartedly declared, the Empire's defense is capable of crushing any invading enemy. Yes, I believe you. After responding to Rudolph, Artorius took out his phone and dialed someone. Under the shroud of the darkness, the signal quality of the telephone had deteriorated significantly, making it a challenge to hear Agravain's words on the other end. Sir Agravain, is it done? Yet. Don't worry, it's all under control. After this brief conversation, Artorius turned his gaze towards the resolute Rudolph. Clad in a complete set of powered armor, one side had a hologram screen displaying information, while the other side was accompanied by several autonomous turrets floating in midair. Coupled with commander-level Spiritron equipment and his exclusive magic sword called the Phoenix Butterfly, this luxurious configuration ensured he could triumph over even ordinary servants. You've done well, Major, but the issue is, what I expect isn't merely defense. Artorius spoke calmly as he gazed toward the city. Aside from our own safety, I'm equally concerned about the safety of the city's populace. As he spoke, the servants who were originally going outside or indulging in leisure also encountered danger. They were under attack. Attacked by various kinds of monsters. Such filthy, evil trash, daring to appear before this king, do you all wish to die? Gilgamesh shouted in anger as his face bore evident disgust. The golden rain, composed of noble phantasms, thundered toward the horde of monsters on the opposite side. Swords, spears, halberds, battle axes, various types of noble phantasms in the world were Gilgamesh's greatest treasure. He used the Gate of Babylon to unleash them upon the surrounding monsters. The power was naturally astounding. Although they weren't being used correctly, merely unleashed carelessly, they still had excessive firepower against the monsters. The sorrowful cries of death resounded while the streets and buildings were constantly shattered. Masses of corpses, foul flesh, and building debris mixed together emitted a foul, nauseating odor, making Gilgamesh even more irritable. He didn't intend to keep these treasures anymore. After being contaminated by such filth, they were no longer worthy of his collection. So disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Gilgamesh roared in exasperation, is this your city? Is this the city you govern? Dragon! It's utterly disgusting. Why can a mongrel like you succeed? Why? Meanwhile, unlike Gilgamesh, Iskandar enjoyed this situation. Upon confirming the danger, he directly summoned his noble phantasm. A divine chariot pulled by two divine bulls, a formidable chariot known as the Gordius wheel of heaven's authority. The two muscular bulls that pulled the chariot were as if forged from steel, with sharp blades attached to the sides of the chariot itself. Time to go, Master! Amidst flickering thunder and radiant purple lighting, the chariot boldly rolled through the horde of monsters. Amidst a series of flying flesh and blood and Waver's screams of agony, the King of Conquerors let out a burst of delighted laughter. Yes, this is it. This pleasure of crushing enemies, this pleasure of conquering foes. Give me more, let me savor more of it. Goo ha ha ha. And so, Iskandar plunged into the ecstatic frenzy of war. T/N, just in case someone got confused, vampire is the broad term for those who suck the blood of other living creatures, like dead apostles and true ancestors. Although both are vampires, they are different kinds. Chapter 141, Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Amidst the chaos, madness, and corruption brewed darkness. On the top of the hotel, Artorius calmly murmured as he watched the countless monsters crushed, shattered, and vaporized by artillery fire, barrages, and the effortlessly dominant dragon angels. It's the scent of servants. Beside Artorius, Scathatch suddenly spoke leisurely. Mash, shivering slightly, was present, as was X and Shutendigi with her usual tipsy gaze. Somewhat strangely, all the male servants on Artorius's side were absent, while the female ones were present. A bit intriguing. 7 servants in total. Chaotic and evil. Blackened, hey? Didn't expect those vampires to have some skill. What's the next move, Your Majesty? Everyone turned to Artorius, awaiting the Emperor's command. They have 7, and we have 5. Of course, we'll face them. Artorius said without hesitation. As for the lack of numbers, do you think I care about that? As Artorius's words fell, a sudden noise emerged amidst the endless chaos and clamor. Simultaneously, amidst the mountains of corpses and blood on the opposite side, an ominous spark flickered. Not right. Scathatch reacted first, and X matched her speed. Shuten followed, while Mash was momentarily stunned before responding. However, before they could act, a bullet had already struck Artorius. Extremely swift, unstoppable, and far more terrifying than ordinary gunpowder weapons. Caught by the Dragon Emperor's fingers, squeezed between them. The bullet transformed into a black-red liquid, about to seep into his skin, but before that could happen, a frosty flame flickered and the liquid evaporated. Well, well. Afterward, Artorius focused his attention on the foremost enemy, a girl clad in a military uniform, donning a broad-brimmed hat and a crimson cloak, effortlessly toting an object resembling a rifle. She held up her middle finger as a greeting to Artorius. The first enemy servant. Her appearance was a fusion of modern military attire and accessories from Japan's Warring States period, an unexpectedly coordinated mix of styles. Coupled with her black hair, sinister grin, and the gun slung over her shoulder, Artorius essentially confirmed her identity and condition. Archer with modified and corrupted Saint Graph that got filled with chaos and evil. Tainted and distorted beyond recognition. She became an altar and was entirely ruined. Better described as evil spirit rather than heroic spirit. Regarding her identity, a glance at the hat emblem, one could guess her origin. The emblem was a Mokomunde, Oda clan crest. Thinking of the Mokomunde, one thought of the Oda clan, thinking of the Oda clan, one thought of Oda Nobunaga. In other words, this wicked girl, grinning with a fierce delight, surrounded by an aura reminiscent of flames, and bearing a gun on her shoulder, was likely the famous figure of the turbulent Warring States era, the first of the 3 unifiers of Japan, Oda Nobunaga. Now that I think about it, it's weird when seeing Oda Nobunaga as a woman. On second thought, it's quite normal and suits her eccentricity. Artorius thought this way and then drew a handgun. The smoky flash Night Demise, or Knight's Demise for short. Originated from his whimsical, presumptuous experiments in the past. Its power rivaled any gun. Although its effect was being swatted aside by a Gravayan's palm. At that time, it held no practical value. However now. Kaya ha ha ha. What's that? You think you can belittle me with that trash? Seeing Artorius draw a handgun, Nobunaga momentarily hesitated, then burst into laughter. Seems like I've been underestimated, hey? Simultaneously grinning wickedly, like the lowest street thug, she stuck out her tongue at Artorius and raised her middle finger. Her tongue bore a piercing, alongside eye shadow at the corner of her eyes, gradient-colored long hair, and tattoos, all contributing to a postmodernist, dark, gothic, and eccentric style. Meanwhile, the number of guns behind her continuously increased, and increased. Fueled by corrupted magical energy, those grim, roaring, flesh and machine, steel and iron blended guns were displayed one after another. There were heavy 20mm and light 9mm arquebus exotic imports from Europe and the so-called southern barbarian lands of Japan, as well as a variety of domestically forged guns. Every type of gun from Kokuyu, Sakai, and Satsuma. This weapon, which saw heavy use in the Warring States era and revolutionized warfare, was the key to victory against Takeda's world-renowned Red Cavalry in the Battle of Nagashino. History intertwined with rumors, reality with legends, embodying the existence of heroic spirits and their noble phantasms. Perish, Dragon Emperor! In the loud shout of Nobunaga, 3,000 floating guns automatically fired. First was the first row, then the second row, and finally the third row. This was known as the three-line formation. A spectacular spectacle, bullets imbued with magical energy and curses shot forth, directly aimed at Artorius amid the roars of skeletons. Show your corpse to the 3,000 worlds. Demon Descent. Behold, the Demon King's three-line formation. Although absurd and crude, the attack was genuine. The original three-line formation was an E-rank noble phantasm. Combined with 3,000 gunshots, it became an A-rank noble phantasm. But enhanced by the modified Saint Graph, three-line formation had been upgraded to A++ rank. This all-out assault concentrated into a single point, had the power to slay even divine beings. However, this tactic has been outdated in our empire for a century. Artorius spoke calmly. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. Amidst the astonished gaze of Nobunaga, Artorius suddenly reappeared before her. Our empire's gunners approach their foes within 20 paces, then unleash a coordinated shot. Having said this, Artorius raised his hand, his noble phantasm knight's demise, pressed against Nobunaga's forehead. Damn bastard! Nobunaga shouted in frustration. Dubbed the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, Nobunaga felt her mind growing cold from her head to her tailbone. She attempted to flee, but her body wouldn't respond, she was immobilized by some magecraft. Just as she was about to say something, without further ado, Artorius pulled the trigger. Bang! Smoke billowed, and Nobunaga's head was blown away with a resounding crack. Reds, whites, and greys gushed out and her body stood stiff for a moment before collapsing to the ground and crumbling like mud. Oda Nobunaga, one of the evil spirits from the vampire's side, fell. Trying to outdo me in this kind of thing, fool! Artorius raised the gun and blew on the barrel, performing a gun trick like a cowboy before holstering the gun. He surveyed his surroundings and shouted. Come! You wanted my life, didn't you? I'm right here. I won't back down a step. Are you coming or not? In an instant, the wails and howls of the dead's horde were drowned out by the Dragon Emperor's loud and proud voice. Chapter 142, Evil Caster and Evil Saber. Artorius raised the gun and blew on the barrel, performing a gun trick like a cowboy before holstering the gun. He surveyed his surroundings and shouted. Come! You wanted my life, didn't you? I'm right here. I won't back down a step. Are you coming or not? In an instant, the wails and howls of the dead's horde were drowned out by the Dragon Emperor's loud and proud voice. Silence enveloped the entire city. What is intimidation? This is intimidation. No matter how much they despised him, hated him, or how crazed, vile, and revenge-driven they were, everyone who had harbored the intent to avenge themselves against him found themselves at a loss at that moment. Because no matter their hatred, their loathing, or their vengeful desires, when standing before Artorius, a stronger emotion eclipsed all of the above. Fear. For 1500 years, under the banner of the Dragon Emperor, the Empire had waged wars on all fronts. The fearless Viking warriors, the proud and cunning Byzantines, the stubborn Egypt's Mamluks, the heavily armored cavalry of the Turks and Persians, the fanatical tribal warriors from Africa, America, and Oceania. All had been crushed and shattered under the authority of the Dragon Emperor and the iron hooves of the Empire. They surrendered, submitted, and were dominated. Amidst the resentment and loathing, an underlying emotion still prevailed: fear. Even the dead that got altered and resembled monsters from a certain zombie game, even these creatures that, theoretically, should have been devoid of human emotions, were momentarily suppressed by Artorius's presence alone. They dared not step forward, challenge, or attack the emperor before them. Humph! Artorius gave a cold snort, displaying utmost disdain for these feeble beings. Trhvmn Orton Ross. And what about you, who claims to be the king of the dead apostles? Artorius scanned his surroundings. Aren't you the orchestrator of this chaos? Show yourself before me, you punk. Expectedly, no one responded to him. Even if that so-called White-Wing Lord had truly heard the Dragon Emperor's words, he merely let out a derisive snort and would remain silent. Because he truly didn't dare. Despite his previous act of crushing Kaire's skull, adopting an air of arrogance, he knew that if he were to truly confront the Dragon Emperor head-on, within 3 moves, the Dragon Emperor could snap his head off and use it as a ball to kick around. Trhvmn, not here. Artorius muttered and curled his lips. Then Strout, where are you? The loyal and righteous Black Knight, don't you wish to avenge your princess? What's the matter? Are you afraid? You coward! And what about you, Gran Surg? Artorius held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, continuing to loudly address the surroundings. The dog of the Crimson Moon, you half-bird bastard, aren't you brave enough to seek revenge? Ha 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 ha! Miram, Roa, NRVNQSR, not a single one of you trash dares to stand up. Ha 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 ha! The Dragon Emperor laughed madly. Among the 27 dead apostle ancestors, those who were still surviving had been called out one by one, but not even one responded. Thus, his shouting turned into roaring. You pieces of trash think you can oppose me with your kind of rubbish? You damn cowards! In the next moment, Artorius was engulfed by a sudden surge of tentacles. Tentacles, 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 hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, and more. Tentacles carrying the stench of decay and blood burst forth from the darkness and chaos underground, flooding the streets, and tearing down buildings. These writhing, chaotic tentacles attacked indiscriminately, not distinguishing between friend and foe. Whether it was the Imperial Army or the vampires, anything within reach, even their own kind, became targets of their assault. Amidst the frenzied undulating tentacles echoed a mad, furious, and mournful voice. I can't find her. I can't find her. No matter through slaughter or transformation, imprisonment or dissection, study or summoning, my holy maiden, I can't find her no matter what. That frenzied voice belonged to Jill von Rice. Once the Empire's colonel. Amidst his furious roar, the tentacles writhed ominously. Some of them began to melt, then merge, and finally warped into even more chaotic and hazardous monstrosities. Compared to the blow that had shattered Nobunaga's skull in a previous attack, the destructive power of the Mad Colonel was even stronger, and his madness more pronounced. Jill's rare act of insurrection among the upper echelons of the Empire, started 800 years after its dominion over Europe. Before this, all the power he possessed, the knowledge he had acquired, the secrets he held, everything had been directed against the former ruler. Caster Jill von Rice, the rebellious knight, confronted the Dragon Emperor with frenzied screams and forbidden knowledge, defying the emperor he had once sworn allegiance to. While none of the dead apostles dared to challenge the Dragon Emperor, Jill stepped forward. Driven by a near-suicidal madness, he lunged at the Dragon Emperor without hesitation. Setting aside the eerie spectacle of those insane wriggling tentacles, their appearance was truly intimidating at first glance, evoking a sense of madness and impending doom that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, as Artorius was trapped by the tentacles, X grew anxious. Son! Shouting like this, X grabbed her secret caliber and was about to rush toward the tentacles, yet before that could happen. Bong! The brilliant blue holy sword clashed with the dark crimson demonic sword. At that instant, the self-proclaimed mysterious heroine X widened her eyes in disbelief. Ekin! Across from her stood a girl with glasses, her short blonde hair elegantly arranged, dressed in ominous black armor. It was like looking in a mirror, a spitting image of X, the only difference being their temperament and skin tone. paler. On that endearing yet suffocatingly dreadful pale skin were menacing, ghastly scarlet markings. Her eyes were vertical slit pupils, reminiscent of a dragon's. Saber mysterious heroine X altar. A girl with deep bonds and intertwined fate with X hail from the dark rounds, the child of destruction and the Sith destined to rule the universe. What's happening? No way right. Out of nowhere. Seeing one of her closest friends transformed into this aberration before her eyes, left X in shock. As X was lost in thought, X, MHX altar, swung her dual swords without hesitation, striking at X. As her left-hand sword was about to hit its mark, X snapped back to reality, raising her own sword to block X's attack, only to be blasted back by the swing of the right-hand sword. In just these two clashes, immense power and shimmering sword light beam caused the Gothic spire atop the Tokyo Grand Hotel to collapse. The dozens of meters wide cross-section was as smooth as tofu. Hundreds of tons of stone and material came crashing down, reducing an entire section of the building to ruins. Falling behind in every exchange, X found herself pinned by X. With each clash of their swords, the tower crumbled into rubble. Seeing her cherished friend turned into this aberration, X panicked. "Don't let them control you!" she shouted desperately toward X. "Control? I am in complete control, fighting on my own will." Her voice was both gentle and intense, matching her swift and merciless attacks. X, summoned from the servant universe and thoroughly transformed through sinister modification, had her saint graph tainted. In the next moment, X's cheek was grazed by the X's evil holy sword. Blood trickled down the wound and X's expression started to grow dark. Chapter 143, Blackened Valkyrie. At the same time, wishing to overcome those above, "Hey!" Scathatch muttered quietly. While the fierce battle between X and X raged on, another battle unfolded on the other side. The battle between them had no reinforcements, so of course Artorius's battle had no assistance. This was natural because someone had entangled Scathatch as well. X and X's battle took place on the ground, while Scathatch fought another enemy in the sky. Lancer, a woman with long jet black hair and wielding a purple spear, a woman known among the Valkyries for her valor and madness. "I never expected to meet you here." Spears clashed with spears, speed and strength entwined, along with the sky's incredible maneuverability. The pace of Scathika's battle with her opponent far surpassed the ground battle between X and X. In just an instant, hundreds, even thousands of moves were exchanged. The positions of both sides shifted kilometers in the blink of an eye. For Scathatch and her, this was merely a warm-up. My noble and great Scatty." The opponent's voice blended with love and hostility. "My affection for you, has become unbearable. Whenever I battle you, my heart beats wildly, intensely, beating." On the opponent's spear wasn't the familiar azure flame to Scathatch but black, murky, ominous black flames. "So, I must kill you." Black flames extended from the demonic spear, completely enveloping the Valkyrie. Her armor turned black, the spear turned black, and her eyes turned black. Now, she could be called Lancer Altar, the blackened Brynhildr. Consumed entirely by hatred, Brynhildr. With that exclamation, Scathika's attacks intensified, becoming more intense, more aggressive, and more deadly. "Don't worry. I'll free you now." "Ah! My lord, my god, my god! Please return my holy maiden to me, please return my holy maiden to me, return her to me, return her to me, return her to me, return her to me." Around Artorius echoed the cries of his enemy, as if children beseeching their parents, subjects imploring their ruler, devotees pleading their idol. Amidst these cries, more monsters began to manifest. As if the barriers between worlds had shattered. Monstrous entities with hideous bodies, numerous tentacles, bizarre and distorted limbs. Pale, disgusting, vile creatures emerged out of thin air, slowly yet resolutely advancing toward Artorius. In the next second, they all disappeared to nothingness. No, it wasn't a disappearance, it was annihilation. Slaughtered, cut down, brutally extinguished, not a trace remaining. As the Dragon Emperor raised his sword high and swung it down forcefully, every remnant disappeared. The once Sword of Frost King had transcended into the Sword of Frost Emperor, Clarent. With inexhaustible magical energy infused into the sword, all monstrous creatures were swept away. It was an X-rank sword beam noble phantasm. In an instant, all the monsters in the sky, on the ground, beneath it, were swept aside. Buildings, roads, and even the ground itself were obliterated. Everything vanished without a trace, revealing the figure previously protected and covered by the tentacles and writhing monstrosities. A hunched figure, comical attire, dirty and tattered deep blue robe, bulging eyes resembling goldfish, a body as emaciated as a skeleton. Appearing like a refugee, a starving peasant, or some similar wretch. The hunched figure gazed at Artorius with eyes full of longing. As Artorius approached, the hunched figure knelt on the ground, crawling on his knees toward Artorius. With trembling hands outstretched, the hunched figure quivered as he spoke to Artorius. "My lord, my god, your majesty, your majesty. Please, please return my holy maiden. I refuse." Without hesitation, Artorius raised his sword, swung it, and beheaded Jill. Castor, Jill von Rice, died. Ha ha. Artorius couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the lifeless Jill von Rice that turned into the mud. He knew this guy and yet he didn't. He had no idea how Scathatch became a servant, and naturally, he didn't know why Jill cried and begged him for the holy maiden. Of course, that didn't stop Artorius from beheading him. When I return and arrive at that point time, I must, otherwise, wouldn't I have borne this guilt in vain? As Artorius thought, he turned around, preparing to check on the other battlefields. Scathatch had just confronted a black-haired woman, and X was still facing X. The battles were intense, and he had certainly noticed. While he observed the clash between the two Artorius, he suddenly noticed a woman figure falling from the sky above him. Instinctively, he reached out his hand to catch her. However, when she landed in his grasp and he got a closer look, Artorius realized he might have caught the wrong person. The woman's abdomen and chest were punctured, an arm was missing, blood was flowing from various wounds. It was Brynhildr. Kill, must, kill. She seemed dying. Artorius was about to let her go, but he hesitated. Then, he sensed something and looked up to the sky. Scathatch gazed at him, snorted, and then turned away. Artorius almost instinctively wanted to call her back, but the violent coughing fit from Brynhildr in his arms diverted his attention. "I couldn't kill, so, in the end, I was killed, hey." Brynhildr looked at Artorius, her consciousness seemingly muddled. "My beloved. It's not so bad if you're the one who killed me." The next moment, her head tilted down and motionless. Lancer, Brynhildr, died. Author's note. If you're wondering why it's Jill von Rice instead of Jill de Rice, that's because in this timeline, the Empire unified Europe, and European nobles used von as a uniform middle name. Chapter 144, Evil Rider and Evil Berserker. "I couldn't kill, so, in the end, I was killed, hey." Brynhildr looked at Artorius, her consciousness seemingly muddled. "My beloved. It's not so bad if you're the one who killed me." The next moment, her head tilted down and motionless. Lancer, Brynhildr, died. And so it happened, the woman who seemed pitiable and tragic yet exuded a peculiar charm, died in the embrace of Artorius. It was inexplicable. She had uttered a jumble of words before her death, but he paid it no mind. The once beautiful woman had transformed into mud, emitting a scent of blood and foulness after her death, making him feel uneasy. Blackening, hey! We must utterly destroy this kind of nonsense. As the emperor entertained those thoughts, the corruption of darkness and chaos in the world grew stronger. Even though Jill had already perished, those entities resembling bioengineered monstrosities and anything connected to outer gods had been eradicated. However, the corruption of darkness and chaos hadn't lessened, in fact, it had intensified. The entire Tokyo had become like a realm of demons. Everything was in a state of confusion. Astonishingly, Artorius sensed that, apart from their current location within the Tokyo Hotel, which served as the emperor's palace, there wasn't a single living being reacting throughout the city of Tokyo, or even within the entire metropolitan area. This was a population of 50 million, or even more. Despite the empire's preparations and the 2 conversations he had with Agravain, Artorius couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine when this realization hit him. In the face of adversity, oddities, and war, human life appears so fragile. Artorius sighed and muttered, "Kotomine Kyrie, is this the attitude you and your gang of villains wish to convey to me? Just some noisy and impatient annoyances, your majesty." A woman's voice resounded, snapping Artorius back to reality from his thoughts. 2 new servants had appeared before him. The woman who spoke to him was one of them. She possessed divinity and gazed at Artorius with a suggestive look in her eyes, a beautiful woman. With a gentle and compassionate expression, a perfectly matured figure, avian wings, legs covered in snake scales, and a tail and beast-like talons. Upon closer inspection, her beautifully flowing lavender hair swayed without wind, and her mouth gaped open in a fearsome manner, resembling a serpent's kiss. Merging divinity and devilry, evil and holiness, chaos and order, all of them coexisted within her. She was worthy of the title goddess of demonic beasts. As the woman locked eyes with Artorius, she revealed a smile so perfect that it could make any man in the world skip a heartbeat. A monster girl. I bet, those with a peculiar fetish for monster girls will surely go wild and dance in ecstasy upon seeing her, yearning to rush forward and smash her. Artorius thought like that mischievously. Very strong. Godlike in strength. That wasn't just a mere adjective, that was a fact. Observing her appearance, Artorius immediately understood her true identity. Medusa, known as Gorgon, one of the most famous monsters in Greek mythology and part of the famous trio of Greek mythological monsters alongside Minotaur and Harpy. Appearing before Artorius as rider, unabashedly casting flirtatious glances at the Dragon Emperor, she was undoubtedly not a mere byproduct or anything else, but the real deal. In this state, she hadn't completely transformed into a monster yet, she still retained some semblance of a goddess. Originally, with a little care, she could have been saved. However, after being corrupted and blackened, she was beyond salvation. The same applied to the other servant, a monster beside her berserker. Unlike Medusa, the newly arrived servant hardly retained a human form and had turned into a massive bat. Sinister bone spurs protruded from its back, its crimson eyes glinted with a thirst for blood, its muscles were knotted, its skin was tinged with a bluish hue, and its head's hair was a bloody crimson. This monster had utterly lost its humanity and transformed into a vampire monster thoroughly. Nevertheless, even in this state, Artorius immediately recognized him. Dracula. Under this appearance and circumstance, he couldn't be referred to as Vlad III anymore. In the original story, even when summoned as Vlad III in his vampire form, he still possessed handsome golden hair, a charming appearance, and a noble bearing, at least before combat. But the present Vlad, as the corrupted berserker, he had lost all of those attributes. Even the most basic semblance of dignity had disappeared, turning him into a mere controlled monster corrupted by evil. And thus, 3 of the 7 servants from the vampire's side were already defeated. Aside from the 2 servants that just appeared before Artorius and Kyrie as assassin, whose location remained unknown, the true main characters of the vampire, the so-called dead apostle ancestors, had yet to appear. The battle would continue. How tragic! Though a hero, you have fallen so far. Artorius commented on Vlad in this manner. The bloodthirsty vampire monster showed no response, continuing to gaze at Artorius with greedy eyes, thirsting for the Dragon Emperor's blood. Meanwhile, ugh! A blue figure flashed past them at a speed of 299,792,458 meters per second. The sound followed closely, reaching the ears of Artorius. It's not working? But these are chestnut-filled sweets. X's infuriated voice resounded but was ignored by Artorius. It was evident that, unlike Scathika's easy defeat of Brynhildr, X hadn't gained the upper hand against X in her battle. Even if X had employed her super special move against X, presenting those delicious chestnut-filled sweets, X didn't show any sign of stopping. Maybe I should just kill X-san. X uttered chilling words in a calm tone. Simultaneously, X casually passed by the ongoing confrontation between the two monster servants and the Dragon Emperor, as if she had no interest in Artorius whatsoever. Clearly, despite both being Artoria species, while X constantly cried, complained, and acted helpless, deep down, she always saw Artorius as her own child. Yet, X seemed utterly indifferent about him. In the end, Saber is destined to be my enemy. Hey! X muttered to herself. In the next second, a blue and red light accelerated approaching each other, marking the commencement of a battle between justice and evil, Jedi and Sith. While X's battle remained unresolved and unable to assist Artorius, Scathatch was different. After Brynhildr's death, she remained quietly by his side, not speaking a word. Of course, there was also Shuttendigi. A moment ago, she effortlessly took down a bunch of vampire underlings. It didn't even seem like she was breaking a sweat, and she didn't use any noble phantasm either. It makes one wonder if she was just goofing around or really giving it her all. Afterward, Shutten seized an opportunity to position herself behind Artorius, flanking him alongside Scathatch, openly enjoying the pleasure of an up-close view. Mash, on the other hand, remained on the front lines, steadfastly enduring the Dead's onslaught. Together with the Imperial soldiers, she held the line, guarding the last bastion. This increased Artorius's fondness for Mash slightly, while his respect for Shutten slightly diminished. That was understandable. Any boss would appreciate hard-working employees and detest those who shirk their duties, wouldn't they? Upon Shutten's arrival, Artorius casually cast his gaze in her direction. She responded with an ambiguous smile, leaving it uncertain whether she had caught on to his intentions. Chapter 145, Concern and Pity. At the same time, as Artorius voiced his assessment of Vlad, Vlad himself had lost all rationality. He mumbled illogical words repeatedly. Your Majesty concerned about the old man, hey? Medusa said as she wore a pleased expression. While I got ignored. Concerned, of course. It's just not easy to say. Artorius thought to himself. Concerned about Vlad III, as a hero. Heroes appreciate heroes, it's good to say and to look at. Concerned about Medusa, on the other hand, as a man. Men sympathize with women, especially good women. Watching a good woman suffer, and degenerate into her current state, would bring a sense of pity and contemplation like if possible, I'd like to save her. Such thoughts were strange and whimsical, so Artorius refrained from speaking, calmly looking at Medusa. His gaze made the goddess, who was just a step away from completely transforming into a monster, feel restless. In the next moment, her hair surged towards Artorius, and her snake-like maw opened grotesquely, ready to devour. Seeing this scene, Artorius squinted his eyes slightly. Forget it. He thought to himself. This isn't the time to talk. Rest in peace, until we meet again, if that's possible. With this thought in mind, the Dragon Emperor raised his sword and swung it down. Medusa let out a pained cry as the serpent-like head at the end of her long hair was severed by his strike. This scream acted like a signal. The berserker Vlad, upon hearing the pained cry, widened his eyes and lunged fiercely towards Artorius. Artorius! Vlad's frenzied roar proved that he certainly knew Artorius. From the ground, from the sky, from all directions, countless spikes shot toward Artorius. However, in an instant, the magical energy released by the Dragon Emperor shattered the oncoming spike barrage. Simultaneously, Vlad's long spear clashed with Artorius's sword. On the other side, Medusa's claws got pierced by Gibalg in the next second. A dark, mixed with deep red viscous fluid began to ooze from the wound. Scathatch, calm and unwavering, took control of the evil spirit with ease. Shutton, on the other hand, continued to leisurely amuse herself. "My lord's situation is a bit dire, someone needs to lend a hand." She said so, but her assistance was limited to taking a few sips of sake and blowing a couple of breaths. The sweet scent of the alcohol might have been effective for regular humans or servants, but it had no impact on the evil spirits. Shuttendigi. Upon witnessing this, Tuko, who was still fighting alongside the Imperial army against the horde of the dead, shouted. After a brief thought, she raised her hand. Shuttendigi. With this command spell, join this battle with all your might. How troublesome! In the next moment, Shutton joined the fray. Wielding a large sword that didn't match her size, the Oni swiftly swung it, matching Skathika's moves. Together, they severed one of Medusa's claws. The intense pain stimulated Medusa's nerves, transforming rapidly into sheer pleasure. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The pitying expression of Artorius, the misfortune he lamented for Medusa, all of that vanished completely at this moment. Standing there was a colossal and dark monster, dozens of meters tall, adorned with countless serpents with crimson and emotionless demonic eyes that stared at Artorius. Whose laugh is that? The gods who toy with her fate? The ignorant so-called heroes who get easily manipulated? Or is it herself? The monster thought like that with confusion. Regardless, a cruel red aura enveloped the monster known as Medusa. It was a deadly bounded field that would plunder and devour life force. This was the enhanced version of the original Medusa's Temple of Blood Fort Andromeda. It was the temple of demonic beasts, the temple of monsters Pandemonium Cetus in the form of a bounded field. Within this temple stood the goddess worshipped and revered Gorgon. Abandoning her identity as a goddess completely, she had fully transformed into a demonic beast, yet paradoxically became the goddess of demonic beast. There might not be anything more ironic than that in this world. Asterisk rho ar. Asterisk. Amidst the frenzy of roars, normal heroic spirits were weakened, while the horde of the dead was significantly enhanced. Within this bounded field, Vlad was also included. All the monsters of the dead, under the leadership of Medusa, or more precisely, Gorgon, received a blessing within the bounded field. This amplification grew immensely, even Scathatch was momentarily suppressed by Gorgon. The combination of Vlad and Gorgon, along with the constant influx of the dead from all sides, pushed their power beyond the previous enemies. This was a significant improvement. Even if the three defeated evil servants from before were combined, they wouldn't amount to a tenth of this combination's might. To defeat such a colossal enemy, we must find a weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Skathika's eyes gleamed as she pondered this. The key is, where is the weakness? The wisdom of Dun Scath began to work at this moment. Scathatch was confident that soon, she would figure it out. However, at the same time, the range of the Pandemonium Cetus expanded continuously. The number of the dead affected by it also increased. The pressure on the Empire's final fortress naturally intensified. Unfortunately, they might not have the luxury of waiting much longer. At this moment, Artorius raised his sword once again, ready to execute the same move as before. There was nothing that the Dragon Emperor's sword beam X couldn't solve, if there was, just fired another shot. The same ultimate move that had taken care of Jill's tentacles was now being used against Gorgon. It might have sounded a bit lame and uncreative, but in a war, creativity didn't matter much. As long as they could win, everything was fine. With that thought in mind, Artorius shouted, "Cover me!" to Scathatch while starting to gather magical energy onto his sword. Supported by the third magic, he had a magical energy regeneration rate equal to infinity, allowing him to instantly deplete his own magical energy and then fill it back up in an instant. For other servants, they would regard it as an ultimate release of noble phantasm. For Artorius, it was just a mere regular attack. In other words, swish! I've been waiting for you. As Artorius spoke those words, he raised his hand and swung his sword backward, cleaving Kyrie, who had suddenly appeared behind him, into two halves. But in the next moment, spludge! My lord! The sword of Shutton pierced Artorius's body. Have you finally accepted the love I have for you? The demonic voice resonated sensually in his ears. Chapter 146, Betrayal. My lord! The sword of Shutton pierced Artorius's body. Have you finally accepted the love I have for you? The demonic voice resonated sensually in his ears. Kaya ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! With joyful laughter, extremely, extremely, extremely joyful. At this moment, Shutton felt a supreme joy. So delicious, so sweet, perhaps second only to the joy of being favored and embraced by my lord, phew phew phew. She said loudly with ecstasy as if she had gone mad. Initially indifferent to everything in the world, as if nothing in the world mattered to her. Whether it was a smile, tears, or any other emotion, it all gave the impression of pretense. She had never thought that she could express her feelings so sincerely. Though this feeling wasn't quite good, more accurately, she felt terribly bad. Thud. Of course, in the next moment, Shutton, having had her fill of laughter, was grabbed by the scruff of her neck by Artorius. This is your ace in the hole. The Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly immensely powerful. A mere betrayal from behind, a stab in the back, meant nothing to him. It only ignited anger and irritation within him. After slamming Shutton hard onto the ground, Artorius turned his gaze towards Tuco. He found the person had already collapsed on the ground, eyes devoid of color. A puppet. That was not the true body of Ayazaki Tuco, it wasn't even known whether it carried her soul. If that's the case, from the very beginning, was the combination of Tuco and Shutton an undercover spy? When Tuco just used a command spell, giving Shutton the order to join this battle with all your might, was it actually a ploy to turn Shutton against him? The Dragon Emperor was infuriated by such behavior and yelled. Is this all you've got? Do you all think you can defeat me with just this? You're far from it. In the next moment, the sword of the Dragon Emperor once again descended. The unparalleled frosty light fiercely struck the opposing goddess of demonic beasts. Under Gorgon's astonished and incredulous gaze, the sword continued its unhindered descent, cleaving off her head. Swish! Rolling, rolling, and rolling. Gorgon's head was severed. In theory, for a demonic beast of her caliber, even having her head severed wouldn't be a fatal wound. However, no matter how strong, vicious, and fearsome she might be, at her core, Gorgon was still a servant, her story and legend depicting her life as a servant. Hence, her cause of death during her life, having her head severed, became her greatest vulnerability. No, it can't be, I can't. The massive monster without a head extended her snake-like tendrils, trying to pick up her own head and reattach it. But before she could, Artorius had already grabbed her head. She was no longer the appearance of a goddess, entirely transformed into a grotesque beast's visage. No trace of romance or allure remained. Ah! Give my head back! Give my head back! Gorgon, driven mad, screamed. It seemed that even though her head was her weak point, after ascending to this level, she wouldn't instantly die, she just became very frail. Stimulated, the horde of the dead, as well as Vlad, rushed toward Artorius, attempting to seize Gorgon's head. In the next moment, 36 Gi-ball rained down from the sky, like magic-infused heavy bombs, bombarding the entire battlefield. Scathatch backed up Artorius and held the line until he executed his plan. In the blink of an eye, Artorius appeared next to Mash, startling her. Mash! Before the poor girl could grasp what had happened, Artorius had taken her shield. Completely clueless as to why her shield would obey Artorius, even more so than her own command, Mash was left bewildered. Then, in amazement, she watched as Artorius held her shield in one hand and Gorgon's head in the other, squeezing the two together. Senpai? Senpai, you can't. Mash wanted to say you can't fit them in, but before she could finish, her words were met with action. Artorius forcibly jammed Gorgon's head into the shield. Though Gorgon's head resisted throughout the process, emitting fragrant breath while attempting to bite his hand, it was all in vain. Her entire head was pushed into the shield by Artorius. In doing so, he forcibly reenacted the myth of Gorgon's defeat. I'll curse you! I'll curse you forever! Even if I descend to the deepest depths of Tartarus, I will. The pitiable whimpers of the defeated dog ceased abruptly after another sword beam shot towards her body from Artorius, causing the already weakened goddess of demonic beast to shatter. Countless dark red and pitch-black chaotic energies flowed out, reeking with a foul stench. Here you go! Artorius handed the shield back to Mash. Mash! The girl appeared deeply conflicted. Forcibly having a monster's head shoved into her shield like this, can this shield still be used? Does she still need this? As Mash wrestled with her thoughts, the shield was forcefully placed into her arms. At the same time, the somewhat weary Scathatch returned to Artorius's side. Just moments ago, she took advantage of the situation to heavily wound the berserker Vlad. Though he was still alive, his magical energy and physical strength had been greatly diminished after Gorgon's defeat. So, there was no problem in not delivering a final blow to him. As long as the effect of the temple from Gorgon subsided, he would be powerless. Have we won? Embracing the shield, Mash asked with a deeply puzzled tone. The effect of the pandemonium cetus was indeed receding. The surrounding malice and blood-red hues were fading, gradually restoring the color of the sky, not the usual blue, but rather a black shrouded by vampires' magecraft. Vlad, now without support, let out a wail, much like the dead around him who had also lost their support. They burst like punctured balloons. 1, 2, 3. They kept popping, turning into pools of blood and dark red mud before vanishing from sight. The once overwhelmingly powerful army of the dead was wiped out in one fell swoop. We won, right? Before Mash could even attempt to smile. Fool, don't raise a flag! Artorius scolded her. The real enemy hasn't shown up yet. Scathatch calmly remarked. But... clap. 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 Clap, asterisk. Before Mash could voice her confusion, applause erupted. The source of the applause was from Kyrie, who appeared on the hotel's front entrance with a smile on his face. Truly splendid. No wonder you're dubbed as the Dragon Emperor, the great ruler who has reigned for 1500 years. Absolutely magnificent. I originally thought that with Gorgon and Dracula's combination, along with enough cannon fodder of the dead, it would be enough to defeat you. Not to mention the betrayal from Shutendiji. In the next instant, the Empire's automated cannons fired at him. These cannons, equipped with the latest propellant, should have been capable of penetrating 200 mm homogeneous steel plates. Or any standard magecraft barriers and defenses, for that matter. However, they missed. It wasn't because the Empire's armaments were faulty, it was simply due to Kyrie's condition being abnormal. Projection, hey! Amidst the booming of the cannons, Kyrie's body contorted as if he were suffering from signal interference. Artorius immediately deduced his condition. That's right, indeed worthy of your title, your majesty. Kyrie sighed, his emotions seeming very sincere. It appeared that he was indeed an admirer of the Dragon Emperor. But then again, this wasn't surprising, or rather, it was quite normal. Chapter 147, Negotiation. That's right, indeed worthy of your title, Your Majesty. Kyrie sighed, his emotions seeming very sincere. It appeared that he was indeed an admirer of the Dragon Emperor. But then again, this wasn't surprising, or rather, it was quite normal. Living in the Empire, people basked in the majesty of the Dragon Emperor, growing up in such an environment. They had heard, seen, and personally witnessed the magnificent achievements of the Dragon Emperor. How could they not become admirers of the Dragon Emperor? So, Artorius said, his expression devoid of emotion. Even as he saw Shutton struggling to get up, he maintained an indifferent smile. After putting in so much effort, so much work, do you really want to retreat? I am right here, if you want my life, you'll have to try harder. Life? Kyrie said with a calm smile. What happened next left Mash feeling perplexed. She tilted her head and let out a puzzled "et." Because Kyrie said something like this, Your Majesty's life? Why would Your Majesty think like that? We've never had any intention of harming you. As he spoke, he spread his arms towards the Dragon Emperor. Despite the misunderstandings that have existed between the Empire and the vampires for hundreds, even thousands of years, the loyalty of the vampires to Your Majesty is beyond doubt. We aren't plotting rebellion, nor any mischief. We have come to pledge our allegiance to you. Het. Artorius sneered, is this what you wanted to say? Utterly ridiculous. No, no. Please allow your subjects to clarify, Your Majesty. We are sincere. During the years of war against the Empire, we experienced confusion, pain, turmoil, and setbacks. After countless failures, we finally realized one thing. That is, Crimson Moon is not suitable. You are the rightful ruler of the vampires. Brunstud of the Crimson Moon, that kind of woman is simply not fit to lead the vampires forward. Kyrie spoke words that were outrageously rebellious, making Artorius find it even more amusing. Go on. A stylish armchair appeared behind the Dragon Emperor. He settled into it comfortably, manifesting a glass of grape juice in the process. I'm listening. The stand-up comedy routine you're doing is quite entertaining. I might reward you later. PFTTTMPHHH. Mash, who was tickled by Artorius's words, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Then she blushed and lowered her head. Thank you very much for your generosity. As if not sensing the sarcasm in Artorius's words, Kyrie said those words, then bowed again and spoke. Please allow me a little time to explain this matter. The war between the Empire and the vampires has spanned over 1,000 years. Why hasn't the Empire achieved victory? Why hasn't Your Majesty crushed the vampires completely? The reasons for this, Your Majesty, you surely understand better than I do. The restraint of the counter-force is one aspect, your own self-restraint is another, and beyond that, there's one more crucial point: the limitations of humanity. Humanity does have its limitations. I'm not denying the brilliance and greatness of humanity. What I mean is that humans, apart from their brilliance and greatness, also have darkness and corruption within them. Humans are a mix of good and evil, angels and demons, gods and devils. What Your Majesty desires, is to restrain humanity, to control them, to confine them, to suppress the darkness and corruption of human nature. To shape humanity into what you expect. Is there anything wrong with that? Mash tilted her head. Even though speaking up in this situation wasn't ideal, she couldn't resist asking, isn't His Majesty a good person? As a ruler, how can one use terms like good or bad to differentiate, young lady? You are still too young, too naive. Kyrie smiled, leaving Mash momentarily speechless. A true ruler should act based on the highest interests, young lady. Kyrie glanced at Mash and spoke earnestly like an elder sharing his wisdom with the younger generation. Then, with a steady gaze at the Dragon Emperor, Kyrie continued. Please consider my proposal earnestly, Your Majesty. Please seriously consider accepting our pleas, accepting our loyalty, and accepting us as your subjects. We will dedicate everything to you, our research, our armies, and ourselves. I know that all of that is insignificant, not worth mentioning. Yes, to a great ruler like Your Majesty, everything we have is indeed insignificant. However, vampires possess advantages. The true ancestors are the sense of touch of the planet, just like the gods of ancient times. After the age of gods ended, the true ancestors that still thrive in the world will be the mightiest weapons of Gaia. We have grown tired of that existence. We have realized that continuing to follow it brings us no benefits. We also yearn for the future, Your Majesty. Kyrie looked up with sincere eyes, gazing at Artorius. As long as Your Majesty agrees, the day when all vampires are under your rule will be the day you completely dominate Gaia. The contradiction of good and evil, light and darkness, justice and evil in the world, all will be under your rule. Your authority in this world will transcend, surpassing even Gaia and Alea. You will become the new counter-force of this planet. Beyond good and evil, beyond light and darkness, beyond everything. The next era you've been anticipating will also begin. We will be the blades in your hands. We will conquer the myriad worlds, planets, and the universe for you. As Kyrie spoke those words, as if to emphasize his fervent speech, the battle between X and X came to an end. X, bearing wounds and appearing almost breathless, was carried by X. She put her glasses back on and then discarded X to the side. I didn't kill her, Artorius. X gazed calmly at Artorius. Although I really wanted to. But if I did that, Artorius would be sad, right? Artorius's expression wavered slightly. Indeed, she really is Artoria. I also want to stand with Artorius. I also want to play with Artorius, to be by Artorius's side. Although X's expression was calm and her voice steady, Artorius could see the sincerity and earnestness in her eyes. She truly thought this way and was truly looking forward to it. Her feelings were genuine. Artorius continued to remain silent, neither granting nor refusing Kyrie. I don't trust you. After a while, Artorius looked at Kyrie and added, I don't trust your sincerity. Sincerity? Of course, we have it because Your Majesty perfectly embodies the concept of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and the ruler of vampires. Kyrie said calmly. Artorius raised his eyebrows. The Dark Six. Kyrie gazed at the Dragon Emperor as he said the name. Among the 27 dead apostle ancestors, it held authority and status surpassing Crimson Moon. Compared to the self-proclaimed King of the Death Apostles by Trhvmn, the Dark Six is the true Emperor of the Death Apostles. We have reason to believe that this figure is you. He continued. Beneath your radiant greatness lies an equal darkness. The more light, the more darkness. Rome. Persia. India. Arab. The steppes. America. The territories under your rule align with ancient and recognized civilizations, in line with the prophecies. So, with a slight nudge, this concept can be brought forth. You can simultaneously embody the concepts of the Emperor of the Death Apostles and the Dragon Emperor. You will become both rulers of light and darkness. After that, our world will experience a complete rebirth, standing tall in the universe, no longer manipulated by anyone, free from all concerns. The attack from Shutton just now, was that your plan? Artorius asked a question. Yes, Your Majesty sensed it too. If it was just any attack, it wouldn't even scratch you, who possesses both Third Magic and Avalon. But what we aim for is never to harm you. What Shuttenduji did was inject an energy, a catalyst, to Your Majesty. A trigger that would guide Your Majesty to summon your own dark side. So, this isn't something that can be restored with the concept of restoration. Artorius fell silent once again and then said, "You've prepared for a long time." Kyrie didn't speak, maintaining a calm posture of respect. Even so, Artorius could sense his inner satisfaction. "Artorius senpai." Sensing the change in Artorius's tone and demeanor, Mash widened her eyes and looked at him with a hint of fear. If senpai really agrees with them, then. Mash had an instinctual feeling that something was off about Kyrie's words, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She could only feel anxious. It can actually succeed. At the same time, Kyrie was filled with joy in his mind. He had thought that the probability of convincing the Dragon Emperor was at most a little over 10%. But now, it seemed that the Dragon Emperor might actually agree. If this can really succeed. Achievement, credit, benefits, Kyrie didn't care about any of that. What he cared about was the intense pleasure he could derive from this massive change. "Kotomine Kyrie. I have 2 more questions for you. I will share all that I know. The first question is," Artorius began, "if I agree to become the Emperor of the Death Apostles, will vampires continue to drink human blood, and will they continue to threaten humanity? This, even I don't know. The urge to drink blood is a challenge faced by all vampires." He lowered his head, slyly saying, "Perhaps with the Empire's capabilities and your Majesty's talents, a new path can be found." "I see." Artorius didn't express agreement or disagreement with his answer. He then continued. "My second question is, what about today's victims? Thousands have died because of your actions. By extension. Before this, during the time when vampires roamed unchecked, for all the humans harmed, killed and preyed upon by you, how do you intend to address it?" Hearing Artorius speak like that, Kyrie's excitement began to wane. He started to realize that he had underestimated this emperor. Things might not unfold as favorably as he had hoped. Even so, he gave the Dragon Emperor his answer. "These are the pains of progress." Kyrie bowed his head, continuing respectfully, "All sacrifices are necessary, laying the foundation for a brighter future." "I see, that's what you think." Artorius nodded. "In that case, I have the answer." The Dragon Emperor's voice was solemn and sacred, akin to a judgment day for the vampires. T/N, the Crimson Moon in this FIC seems to be a female. Chapter 148, Resurrection. Meanwhile. Good job, everything is within my control. Secluded within a bounded field that separated the world from the main battlefield, the so-called King of the Dead Apostles and the White-Wing Lord Trhvmn Orton Ross, observed the entire battlefield through the reflection in a pool of blood. He watched his hard-prepared 7 evil servants, being effortlessly annihilated by the Dragon Emperor as if cutting through melons and vegetables. Yet, he remained unfazed. Whether it was the Demon King Oda Nobunaga, the heretic Jill von Rice, or the Valkyrie Brynhildr. In front of the calculating White-Wing Lord, everything was but a means to forge the future. Even his first summoned servant, Kotomine Kyrie. Even the formidable combination of Gorgon and Dracula he held as an ace in the hole, which could stand a chance against 27 dead apostle ancestors, still had greater odds of loss if faced with the Dragon Emperor. None of it mattered. Everything proceeded according to his plan. That girl is the dragon god's offspring. Watching Shuttendaji gazing at Artorius with an enamored look, he mumbled as if speaking to himself, yet also explaining to his colleagues behind him. The Black-Winged Lord Granzerg Blackmore. The Black Knight Rizoval Strout. The Crown and Demon Summoner Miriam Solomon. The Serpent of Akasha Michael Roa Valdemchong. Once part of the 27, now reduced to 5, including himself. Excluding the Dark Six, who were considered to be the reverse side of the Dragon Emperor, and those who were originally not on the vampire's side, such as the Ultimate One known as One Radiance Thing, Ort, as well as the man who was the Empire's magician and true magic user named Kisker Zelrich Schweenorg. The battle of the century, the fall of Brunstad of the Crimson Moon, marked the beginning of the collapse of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. The Battle of the Blood Forest, the incineration of the Forest of Einash. In the Bloody Witch Hunts era, Eclipse Princess of Black Blood Altroch Brunstad was captured by the Empire, her fate unknown. The White Knight Blood Phenoblood Svelton was slain. The Chaos NRVNQSR Chaos was annihilated. The Duke of Predation Stanrobe Callan was obliterated. During the Age of Discovery, the Dark Lord of the business world Van Fem, and the Knight of Vengeance in Hants rebelled and joined the Empire. In the Empire's Golden Age, the artists Lady Rita Rosa Ien, and the water demon Simire revolted and joined the Empire. The dead apostle of the Millennium Lock Kabak Alcatraz was sealed. Failures, failures, and more failures. Captured, massacred, imprisoned, brainwashed, and treated like experimental subjects. Some misfits even surrendered outright, willingly accepting the Empire's brainwashing, becoming their lapdogs, only to turn around and attack their own kind. Even the highest-ranking 27 dead apostle ancestors suffered this treatment, not to mention the lower-ranking ordinary dead apostles. As the Empire's power grew, the living conditions for the vampires turned increasingly hostile. We are the noble vampires. Higher beings that feed on humans. Why are we hunted by humans instead? Such questions grew stronger. Desperation and hopelessness spread among the vampires. In their despair, it was akin to the scientists of the Third Reich during the later stages of World War II, who became increasingly desperate for victory despite the war's outcome. They sought to enhance themselves, even stooping to lower themselves to learn human technology. But the end result was still failures, failures, and more failures. After the fall of Crimson Moon, all the dead apostles received was an endless failure and the agony of being ravaged by humans. The dead apostle ancestors, originally numbering over 20, now totaled 5 including TRHVMN. Fortunately, all of this is about to end. TRHVMN muttered to himself. The ONI named Shutendaji was indeed the child of God before her doom. Her father is the 9-headed dragon god Yamata no Orokai, a great and majestic being. After everything he had done, and on the verge of victory, he couldn't help but want to express himself, to share his thoughts with others. This was only natural, a feeling innate to beings with emotions. Not to mention that TRHVMN had suppressed these emotions for over a millennium. He naturally yearned to unburden himself, to release his resentment, suppression, and all his emotions. Now, he was beginning to narrate his plan non-stop. Of course, this was only the beginning. He wanted more, so he continued. For Shutendaji, her father was omnipotent. He was the embodiment of strength and righteousness. However, when she fell from being a god to becoming an ONI, her father did not extend a helping hand. Why exactly? Why didn't my father help me? Or is it that I'm not important to him, just dispensable trash? Such doubts filled the heart of the child of God. She wanted to complain to her father. But her father disappeared, and no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find him. He must have gone to the reverse side of the world, leaving her behind. Of course, eventually, she found her place, becoming the leader of the ONI. With new friends, new followers, and new hobbies, she spent her days in drunken bliss. The memories and doubts of the past gradually faded. Until the Dragon Emperor appeared. His aura was remarkably similar, and he exuded the same aura of majesty. A dragon, an emperor, the embodiment of invincible strength and righteousness, like her father. Though she knew they weren't the same person, the resemblance was uncanny. Perhaps, in the millennia, she had lost her sanity. After all, she was summoned as a berserker. So she approached the Dragon Emperor, tried to please him, even flattered him. But sadly, the Dragon Emperor was not her father. Thus, all of Shutendaji's efforts went unanswered. This frustrated her, made her angry and resentful. In such circumstances, with just a flick of a finger, My envoy told her that if the Dragon Emperor joined our side, he would accept her. What about Ayazaki Tuko? Next to him, the Blackwing Lord Gransurg asked calmly. The gentleman with a raven-like appearance showed a hint of curiosity. As the follower of Crimson Moon, he had no fondness for his counterpart Trhvmn as the White Wing Lord. Nevertheless, they were quite familiar with each other. It's simple. She resents the Empire because they handed the fifth magic of her family to her younger sister. Since childhood, she had been preparing to inherit the fifth magic, but the Empire deemed her unsuitable. I see. My plans go beyond this, my comrades. Get ready. Trhvmn turned and looked at the remaining companions. The next step is for us to take the battlefield personally. At the same time, Artorius gave Kyrie a decisive response. I refuse. I will not become the Emperor of the Dead Apostles. For over a millennium, humanity sacrificed under the fangs of the vampires won't be in vain. That's my answer. Even Mother can't change your mind. X looked at Artorius with a touch of sadness. After all of this battle, let's go get some sweets together. Artorius calmly told her. All right. X nodded seriously. I understand. At the same time, Kyrie nodded as well. This is your Majesty's choice. So righteous, so just. Saying these words, he became ecstatic, his expression contorting in delight. Your Majesty, please maintain this sense of justice. I, your humble subject, will admire your magnificence from the depths of hell. With these words, Kyrie took out a black key. Not for battle preparation, but he unhesitatingly pierced his own neck. Assassin, Kotomine Kyrie, exited the stage. Thus, among the 7 evil servants of the vampires, only X remained. What about our deal? X's words got cut off as she suddenly committed suicide like Kyrie. Artorius, let's grab some sweets together next time. Ekin. Amid X's exclamation, X's body melted and dissolved. The 7 evil servants were completely defeated. Why did they do that? Watching the 2 servants suddenly take their own lives, Mash felt utterly bewildered. Though she didn't think X and Kyrie's combination could withstand so many people on their side, suicide wasn't necessary. Their master ordered them to suicide because of the Holy Grail system. After the 7 servants were all defeated, the Holy Grail manifested. Artorius replied calmly. But... Mash suddenly felt that something was off. Surprised, she looked at the Dragon Emperor. She noticed his expression was calm. Confidently calm. Even as the ground cracked, even as the black grail brimming with blood and chaos surged from the earth, even as a group of formidable figures suddenly appeared. Trhvmn Orton Ross. Dragon Emperor, Artorius Pendragon. Artorius and Trhvmn locked eyes. Simultaneously, behind them, the Holy Grail began to boil. Endless darkness surged once again from the depths. I've been planning this for 400 years. Said Trhvmn as he suppressed his excitement and then continued. Finally, the opportunity has come for me. I know you are the real Dragon Emperor from the past, not a true heroic spirit. As long as I kill you, everything will change. Right now, the entire Tokyo is sealed off, cut off from the outside, and the power in Tokyo is at its weakest. The Holy Grail has descended here. The power of the vampires will reach its peak, which means it's my victory. It's my win. His centuries of wish would be realized in an instant. Even someone as composed as Trhvmn couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly excited. Since you refuse, then prepare to meet your end, O Dragon Emperor. As Trhvmn spoke with excitement, the power within the Grail condensed and gathered. A force of existence unlike anything ordinary was emerging. Ha ha ha! Crimson Moon is about to be resurrected. The terrifying King of the Moon was about to return. She would lead the vampires to defeat humanity and establish a paradise for vampires. The present Dragon Emperor was not yet at his peak and couldn't replicate the feat of his future self who had defeated Crimson Moon in the battle of the century. He was 500 years away from the accumulated experience for the battle. In other words, Trhvmn was about to win. Artorius. As everyone was consumed by an indescribable fear, the expression on the Dragon Emperor's face was calm and not changed from beginning to end. Though he didn't speak, it was evident to everyone present that his expression conveyed the feeling is that all. Chapter 149, Crimson Moon. Artorius attached great importance to this battle, indeed, he valued it greatly. Even though it was just a mere White Wing Lord and his so-called group of dead apostle ancestors, Artorius still held this battle in high regard. After all, the opponent was a creature that had been steeped in sorrow, anger, and madness for hundreds of years. With such emotions amplifying his actions, there was nothing he could do that would seem strange to Artorius. As Trhvmn was still blabbering about his victory nonsense, Artorius was in contemplation. What kind of creature would they summon as the final enemy? What sort of monstrosity would he have to face, what kind of dreadful nightmares, and irrational madness he couldn't possibly contend with? The Dragon Emperor was deeply curious about this. Would it be the so-called Felber or perhaps the so-called alien god? Or would it be something unfamiliar to him, something he had never seen or understood, a completely new creation from their imagination as vampires? Even if, as a result of their limited perspectives, they remained ignorant of these things, there were still quite a few terrifying entities among the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Monstrosities that far exceeded the level of Crimson Moon were not unheard of. In the face of their summoning with the Chaos Holy Grail and its utilization of the wish-granting abilities, Artorius had speculated on how they might take advantage of this rare opportunity. Would it be the beast? According to the ranking of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, would it be the first-ranked primate murder? It wouldn't be the familiar foe he knew of, nor the pet that crouched at the feet of Altroch. It would be the complete and heavily enhanced breed of Calamity Beast 4. A horror on par with the king of the demon gods, Goetia, and the primordial goddess, Tiamat. Or could it be some ultimate one? In the original story, due to humanity's ignorant mistake, the ultimate one that landed on Earth, known as Ort, a monster that resembled a giant crystal spider, was wrongly believed to be a dead apostle. This was the ultimate one summoned by Gaia from the planet Mercury in the Land of Steel timeline. Different from ultimate ones of satellite-level planets like Crimson Moon, this was a genuine planetary-level ultimate one, the mightiest entity of a planet, an agent of the planet's will. A terror capable of destroying a planet, quite literally. When it descended upon Earth, it directly slew the fifth-ranked member of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Thus, it took their place. However, in terms of rank, these so-called 27 dead apostle ancestors were just a laughable joke compared to the ultimate ones. But even if they used the Holy Grail system to succeed in summoning and reviving either of those beings, Artorius knew that the result would undoubtedly be an unimaginable and bitter battle for him and his empire. But pitifully, or maybe fortunately, all of that didn't happen. Neither the enhanced Beast 4 nor the summoned alien being appeared. Instead, they chose to resurrect and strengthen Brunstud of the Crimson Moon, also known as the Ultimate One of the Moon and Type Moon. This was the culmination of White Wing Lord's painstaking 4-century calculation, the rejection outcome of the planned cooperation with the Dragon Emperor and the Empire. With unparalleled beauty, magnificent and flowing golden hair, and blood-red eyes, Crimson Moon, the King of the Moon and King of Vampires, appeared in her full glory. That's it. What a scheme! Trhvmn, you truly succeed to disappoint me. Artorius's mood was tranquil as he cast a look at the White Wing Lord as if viewing trash, leaving the latter bewildered. This was not the gaze a beaten dog should exhibit. According to Trhvmn's expectations, the Dragon Emperor should be fuming, desperate, and mad. The Dragon Emperor should mirror all that he had experienced over these 4 centuries, rather than looking at him as if he were trash. No, even if the Dragon Emperor put on an extremely heroic facade, even if he remained confident and resolute, there was still an issue with this look of disappointment on the Dragon Emperor's face. What did it mean to be so disappointed in him? We meet again. Don't you feel happy, O Dragon Emperor? Well, not really, but I'm actually quite pleased. As Artorius answered Crimson Moon's question, the latter exhibited a beautiful smile. She felt her power had been enhanced. Despite having just been resurrected, with the Grail's assistance and the millennia of gathering magical energy by the vampires, her strength instantly rebounded to its peak. Her magic sword, also known as Night Arm called Reel of the World, remained intact. Her ability to manifest marble phantasm also remained. Her rainbow mystic eyes glimmered with multicolored light. The current King of the Moon was perfect, and this battlefield was shielded from the probing of the counter-force. Neither Gaia nor Alea could do a thing. Therefore, the present Crimson Moon was equally overflowing with confidence. She was convinced of her victory. She was even willing to spend a bit of time, chatting with her archenemy. After all, despite 500 years of mutual slaughter, even after being defeated and crushed, Crimson Moon still existed. Her soul remained, the full moon in the sky persisted, making it extremely difficult to annihilate her completely. So, during the millennium of being shattered, her consciousness occasionally peeked through the eyes of her chosen vessel she had set her sights on, observing the world. She even had some interactions with the Dragon Emperor through her vessel. At first, she was cautious, even slightly afraid, fearing that the Dragon Emperor might discover her consciousness and obliterate her completely. But he didn't. This made her gradually bolder. In a sense, Artorius was the person she had interacted with the most during the millennia of her imprisonment, perhaps even the only person she had communicated with. If possible, she really didn't want to kill him. What a pity, he rejected her advances. Let's begin. After a moment of slight sadness, Crimson Moon made her decision. Like back then, just as the Dragon Emperor had completely crushed her, she would now crush him and make him suffer the same fate as she had. And then, she would tear apart Gaia, shatter the shell that covered the planet, and reveal the real world beneath the planet's surface. She would make Earth the most unique planet in the universe, completely control all of Earth's energies, and then build her empire around it. That was the purpose and concept of her Night Arm, Reel of the World. Let's continue the war from 1,000 years ago, Artorius. Crimson Moon raised the sword in her hand, inviting the Dragon Emperor to battle. Yet, something unexpected occurred. On the other side, the Dragon Emperor only smiled and looked at her with a strange expression. Such gaze made Crimson Moon uncomfortable, and she felt that something was about to happen. T/N, I'll just imagine Crimson Moon's appearance as archetype, Earth. Chapter 150, Everything according to His Majesty's will. Meanwhile, in the office of the Intelligence Department of Imperial Mystery Bureau, which was Agravain's room, a thunderous crash echoed as the alloy door was blasted open. Someone stormed in with evident anger, walked right up to Agravain, and grabbed his collar. Agravain. Logically, this situation happening in this kind of important room should have triggered some defense mechanisms, but in reality, there were none. Agravain just calmly set down the overly viscous coffee in his hand. Lady Morgan. He looked calmly at the woman before him. What brings you here? What brings me here? You dare to ask me that? Morgan Le Fay hovered on the brink of laughter. You've placed His Majesty in that situation, and now the entire city of Tokyo is spiraling out of control. And you still ask me what brings me here? With those words, her lightsaber pressed against Agravain's throat. I'm granting you 1 minute to provide me a reason not to end your life. It's an order from His Majesty. Lies. Agravain detected the scent of burnt aroma like roasted meat at his neck, yet his expression remained unchanged. He gripped the blade of the lightsaber at his throat with his hand, preventing it from advancing any further. It's not a lie. This is a plan that His Majesty and I jointly devised, a plan to solve a problem that has plagued the Empire for over 1,000 years in one fell swoop. You used His Majesty as bait. Are you out of your mind? Hearing Agravain's reasoning, Morgan didn't feel relieved or puzzled by the answer. On the contrary, she felt a strong sense of absurdity. Killing him wasn't an immediate option, but the next moment, she clenched her teeth and pinned Agravain's hand to the table. You bastard! This is treason against the Empire. This is betrayal. If it were 1500 years ago, Agravain would have found Morgan's talk about loyalty amusing and nonsense. But now was the end of the 20th century, and discussing such matters was meaningless in itself. Agravain only gazed at Morgan calmly with an expressionless face as he spoke the reason. We've been searching for those dead apostle ancestors for hundreds of years. We've eradicated countless ordinary dead apostles, destroyed their secret bases, and wiped out their remaining regular forces. We've had the upper hand in the war against them. We've captured their ancestors and even had some surrender willingly. Yet we've never been able to completely eliminate them, not once. Without eliminating them completely, we can't rest easy or proceed with the next plan of space exploration. Once humanity makes progress in space, our power will disperse further, and our control on Earth will diminish. Trying to eradicate the vampires will become an impossible task. They'll become tumors on the body of humanity. Incurable tumors, and that's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is due to the hindrance of the vampires, we'll never touch the footsteps of space. We'll be forever trapped on Earth. Humanity will have no future. And what does that matter? Do you think I care about that kind of bullshit? If it were someone else, Agravain's words might have had an impact. But the one who was currently boiling with rage was Morgan. Morgan didn't give a damn about humanity, the Empire, or whatever. From start to finish, she cared only about one person, Artorius. Does Lady Morgan think I can influence His Majesty's decision? Agravain's words left Morgan speechless. His Majesty is willing to sacrifice for the Empire's future. Because he's the Emperor, the ruler of humanity. Ignoring the injury on his palm, Agravain said each word deliberately. We can dispatch. If we send too many troops, they won't fall for it. Agravain interrupted Morgan's words and then continued. White Wing Lord, Trhvmn Orton Ross, turned into a cunning and cowardly scum during the millennium-long war. He wouldn't act or reveal himself unless he believed he had the upper hand. For this reason, His Majesty and I carefully controlled the number of troops around Tokyo, creating an atmosphere of indifference. His Majesty personally appeared, predicting and foreshadowing the final battle. We controlled and manipulated our servants, intentionally simulating internal strife and betrayal. His Majesty did everything to subdue and use them. Meanwhile, I arranged for our people to get close to them, allowing us to gather valuable information. Everything leads up to this moment, the chance to completely remove the tumor, the vampires that have plagued humanity for so long. But if His Majesty sacrifices himself, it's all in vain. Morgan interjected. You can trust me on this, Lady Morgan. Amid the periodic sound of sizzling, Agravain withdrew his hand from the blade of the lightsaber. With the use of magecraft, his injuries swiftly healed. The Empire hasn't fallen to the point where His Majesty faces such danger. Agravain spoke confidently, everything is under control. The safety of His Majesty is still our top priority. From start to finish, everything is according to His Majesty's will. Words that anyone can say. Morgan retorted irritatedly. The dimensional gate is prepared, the Knights of Punishment and the Knights of Redemption are all in position. Agravain said, trust me on my loyalty to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Humph, that doesn't sound like something a person who would use the Emperor as bait would say. Although she was mostly convinced by Agravain's words, Morgan didn't change her attitude towards him. I know. Agravain said calmly. Regardless of the reasons, it won't change my actions. I will take responsibility for my actions. Responsibility? Morgan sneered, enter the throne of empire and embark on the next cycle? Do you really think death is a punishment? Of course not. Agravain replied calmly, I will join the Knights of Redemption. Hearing him say this, even though Morgan had known that this man was capable of ruthlessness, she couldn't help but pause. Then she said nothing more. She just snorted coldly and turned to leave. Knowing what you're doing is enough. By now, she no longer worried about the Dragon Emperor's safety. Back to Tokyo. It's a trap. After a moment of daze, Crimson Moon quickly confirmed this fact after examining the expression on the Dragon Emperor's face. Should we retreat? Damn it! In an instant, Crimson Moon attempted teleportation to retreat. She confirmed that this bounded field not only isolated communication between the inside and outside of the Empire's side but also isolated the side of the vampires. Was this intentional on the part of the dead apostles, or had the Empire intervened? If it was the latter, then wasn't she caught in a trap from the start? The notion didn't sit well with her. Crimson Moon's expression grew grim as she thought that conclusion. She turned abruptly, her gaze falling on the White Wing Lord by her side, catching him off guard. You fool! Trhvmn was taken aback by the scolding out of nowhere. At the same time, Artorius waved his hand. The enemies are in place, we can start closing the net, right, Merlin? Of course, Your Majesty. Beside Artorius, where there had been no one just a moment before, the Mage of Flower appeared amid the storm of flower petals. Everything is proceeding just as you wished, Your Majesty. The bounded field has been set up, Your Majesty. Beside Merlin, another voice of man resounded. Compared to the frivolous tone of Merlin, who was summoned as caster, Zepia Eltnam Atlasia, serving as both Merlin's master and the director of Atlas Academy, spoke with even greater solemnity and respect to the Emperor. No one can leave Tokyo. Zepia continued. It's a trap, you fool. Seeing Trhvmn still looking confused like a fool, Crimson Moon couldn't hold back any longer and yelled at him in anger. With no other choice, Crimson Moon decided to dash toward the Dragon Emperor. However, in the next second, from the sky, from behind, and from the side, she was attacked from three unexpected directions. Attacking her were three individuals. From the sky came a reddish beam that seemed to tear the very fabric of space at a rapid pace. It came from the Sword of Rupture Ea, wielded by the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. From behind, the demonic sword True Demon Near Dark, was completely unleashed by the sixth dead apostle ancestor, Black Knight Strout. From the side was Shutendigi, with the holy sword Dragon Emperor Touch, given by Artorius. New fanfiction. Fate, the man with divine keys. Synopsis. This is the end of the age of gods, the beginning of the age of man. This is Britain. In order to save Britain from its fated destruction, the adopted son of Scathatch embarked on a path known as a hero with his divine keys. Next, I'm going to unleash a badass attack. Let's see who's the lucky one to face it. Archon wore an innocent smile on his face as he held the burning might of a New in his hand and looked at the trembling gods before him.